our customers, and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Уважаемые участники, пленарное заседание «Роль портфельных инвестиций в укреплении финансовых рынков Центральной Азии» скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, Орталық Азияның қаржы нарықтарын нығайтудағы портфельдік инвестициялардың рөлі пленарлық отырысы жақын арада басталады. Өз орындарыңызды алуыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, the plenary session on the power of portfolio investments, strengthening of financial markets in Central Asia will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Dear guests, plenary session is live streamed at Al Farabi and London halls.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар,
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear guests. Welcome to the second day of Astana Finance Days.
Gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the plenary session of the second day of Astana Finance Days 2025. And I would like to first start from extending our sincere thanks to our esteemed partners, Freedom Broker, Cosminerals, and ITS, for their continued support and valuable contribution to the development of the forum. So today our plenary session is titled Power of Portfolio Investments, Strengthening Financial Markets in Central Asia. And you know, as a country that is rapidly developing, we are in need of capital and investments in our economy. And of course, everyone talks about the foreign direct investments, about making the country attractive. At Astana International Financial Center, we are also one of the mandates by our constitutional statute in development of the securities market, or so-called capital market, and making sure that it's connected to the global market. So we really focused on developing this asset management industry, our public markets, as well as our private markets, to make sure that the portfolio investors of foreign portfolio investments are present here. So we started kind of already discussion about this yesterday with on our infrastructure panel session, and how private equity focused on infrastructure can contribute to this. But today we are really focused on the portfolio investment and development of the market. So we have distinguished panel of speakers, both policymakers and then the representatives of international institutions who are active in emerging markets to discuss this topic. I would like to, of course, start from introducing this brilliant panel. Many of the people probably do not need introduction, but still, please welcome Timur Suleymanov, Governor of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Kanat Sharlapayev, Assistant to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for Economic Affairs. Mr. Riyad Yusuf, Partner, Goldman Sachs. Mr. Hani Kablavi, Senior Executive Vice President and Head of International Business, Bank of New York. And Mr. Timur Turlov, CEO of Freedom Holding Corporation. And of course, I would like to start from the Governor of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, because the monetary policy and of course the policy regarding the exchange rate of tenge is very important for the investors who are interested and who do come to Kazakhstan. So I would ask the governor to give a little bit of an overview of the goals of the central bank and the policies that is implementing today. Timur Murat, please.
Well, thank you very much, Governor Bikturov, and then I congratulate you and then the wonderful team of the AIFC on holding this event that has become something much more than just about Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan's financial market. I think it is a great platform for the regional gathering of minds and ideas, and hopefully something more tangible in ways of business contacts and business deals. So with respect to the question, well, of course, as a macro regulator, the national bank's role, just like any other central bank's role, is in our country it's twofold. First and foremost, it's price stability, and we also have co-mandate on non-financial stability. The first one is inflation, the second one is, of course, financial markets. And so basically, together with the government, we are trying to make the macroeconomic fundamentals of our country stable and and attractive from the investment standpoint. And of course, it's a never challenging battle, because sometimes you can grow too fast, sometimes you can grow under your potential, and therefore finding the right balance, finding the right tools, and the right sectors to develop is always a work of science and sometimes art. So, but I do believe that together with the government, I think the government will be, and I think Mr. Sharlapayev will be talking about macroeconomic fundamentals in general. We have a pretty strong growth. We have a pretty healthy influx of investment into fixed capital, and so our real sector fundamentals are pretty sound. So I guess it's about making it long-term, making it very sustainable and very, I would say, also inclusive. So on our part, of course, is tackling inflation and having a more, well, we don't regulate the exchange rate, as you know, it's a free float, but therefore, in any case, trying to make it as much stable as possible. Of course, it's our job. I think for the purpose of this panel, I won't be speaking too much about inflation. Inflation is on the rise due to many factors, both external and domestic. And I think, but the key driver, one of the key drivers, was a huge fiscal impulse that we've been putting into the economy for the couple of years. So therefore, there were a lot of money in the economy, and of course the rate of producing goods stream was not at the same speed. So therefore, we will be seeing fiscal consolidation starting January 1st next year, and I think that in itself, apart from being a good fiscal policy, will be a huge factor that will help us to battle the inflation. Well, on our part, I think what we can do, of course, is as you know, we also manage apart from being a classical central bank, we manage our state's reserves. So we manage the national fund, the gold reserves of the central bank, and the pension fund, unified pension fund. So what we started to do, and some other smaller funds, we started to do some of our daughter companies, for example, the insurance guarantee fund, which transferred part of its own assets into private management. So basically they were managing themselves because they have the capabilities, they have the expertise, but we decided that we need to develop the market. So we transferred about 500 million into the market. Hopefully next year we will evaluate the performance of the relevant fund managers, and next year we will increase the amount. I think we need to be a lot more, in order for the market for the portfolio securities market to thrive, we need to be a lot more active. Because currently we have a lot of liquidity in the pension fund, which is being managed by the central bank. And as you know, we have a pretty strong team. And I'm not speaking about myself, I'm speaking about my colleagues who've been there for a long, long time, well-trained, have huge expertise, and very results-oriented. But in any case, it's a single team of managers, and it does not represent the market. So therefore, we need to transfer as much of the pension fund's assets into the private management as possible. Of course, being sound, very prudent about it, having very good, sound, stringent financial oversight and regulation. But in any case, without that, I think the market for securities in Kazakhstan has limited chance to succeed. And again, now coming back to macroeconomic fundamentals, of course, Kazakhstan runs current account deficit, even with a huge trade deficit, given that we have a lot of repatriation of income coming from huge oil and gas. Our current account is in deficit, so whatever money comes into the country, from portfolio investors included, is really good for us as a central bank, because it will help us with the overall soundness of the financial system and the exchange rate. So I guess I won't take too much time because we have a wonderful panel. I will stop here and we'll be ready to discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Suleimanov. Just if I may pick up on what you said about the local asset management industry, again, I fully agree, and I think you're doing a great job, given that you have the mandate to manage both, three actually pools of money: the reserves, the pension fund, and the national fund, on creating the local asset management industry. We see that it's growing. We see that also in AIFC, that the new emerging asset managers getting licenses here. But do you think that if we can bring in here like big established global names that would also contribute to the developing the local market, would that is that something that the NBK is considering?
Yeah, sure. It's an excellent point. You know, everything is when it comes to your retirement money, of course, it's very sensitive. And given, I wouldn't call it a trauma, but in any case, it was some sort of a shock in 2013 when people found out that at that time the managers were misusing the funds, and there were a lot of other types of violations. Of course, a lot of people lost faith in private management of pension money, and that's really difficult to overcome in any society, and especially in our society, which went through part of it. Especially the one that is closer to pension, went through perestroika and other shocks of the 90s. So it's very difficult to overcome that. So I guess having very huge brand names, very trusted names from the international arena can help overcome this obstacle. So I guess we have the money. I think the system is very sound. We have the supply side, the demand side. And we do have pretty strong internal managers, we need to say that. But if we have someone from outside, I think they also are destined to succeed. But I guess we need to do a lot of internal work first.
Yes.
And,
thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Now, if I may, Mr. Sharlop, I've turned to you, and Governor Suleimanov already kind of announced that you will probably speak about the macroeconomics. However, I would also want to ask you as an assistant to the President on Economic Affairs, and if one of our largest, probably biggest goal is to attract foreign investors, do you see that the portfolio investors could play in this big role, and what is the expectation from us as the center and as the regulators to facilitate that flow?
First of all, thank you, Governor Bikturov, and many esteemed guests here. I think it's a great pleasure to see such an attention to Kazakhstan and AIFC in the Finance Days in Astana. Look, I think the situation we can describe as it is now is so far so good. We're doing all right. Headline growth in the economy, 6.3%, right? So, I think what's important in this case, it's a broad-based growth. So it's not just oil and gas, right? It's manufacturing that's growing 6%. It's construction that's growing nearly 18%, right? It's the agriculture that's doing quite well. I think the trade is doing quite well. And I think fundamentally, there's few things that are happening that ensuring overall fundamental macroeconomic stability, right? Which is probably one of the factors that does influence investors' decision about Kazakhstan. And for us, is of course, it comes with prudent monetary policy that, of course, our national bank, thanks to the efforts of Governor Suleimanov, is showing. But also from the fiscal standpoint, I think there's few things happened that I wanted to attract this audience's attention to. First of all, it's a new tax code that's coming into force in 2026. I think fundamentally this is a more fiscally prudent document. Second thing that happened is adoption of a new budget code, which basically regulate the relationship between the republican budget with the regional budgets, and overall, again, introduces a lot more fiscal discipline elements, further contributing to the fiscal stability of the country. Addition to that, I think what we continuously talk about is that our efforts to liberalize the economy started paying off, and it's showing in its diversification. So if you think about it, right, so if you look at this economy 5 years ago, the biggest contributing factor to the headline growth was, of course, oil and gas, etc. Right now, on a contribution to the GDP basis, our manufacturing sectors, our metallurgy sectors, right, that they become equivalent of our oil and gas sector in terms of the GDP contribution. I think that trend's continuing, and we're seeing some more solid results in that space because of our efforts to basically introduce more players, more market-driven environment in the economy. With regards to the portfolio investment, I think the key fundamental thing that, in my opinion, and I won't take more of audience's times, and I want other people in the panel also to speak, but fundamentally what's happening, I think, is very interesting. What National Bank is trying to do now is to introduce independent asset managers that create liquidity, that create different opinion on different assets in the market, right? And markets always work on a supply and demand side, right? I think Kazakhstan, from the standpoint of good investable assets, is actually doing quite well. It's now creating the market environment that is dynamic, that produces independence of opinion on the value of those assets, right? And therefore, that introduction of independent asset management into the system, I think, is very healthy for the further development of the financial markets. And I think there's a very famous adage that if you want foreign investors to come, you need to have an active internal market, right? And I think that this is something that we want to introduce, and of course, it will be encouraged from our side. I think that's all from my side. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Sharlop. Well, as I said, like I fully agree that we need our own vibrant asset management industry here. So on the demand side, we have local liquidity pools so that the foreign portfolio managers coming in can leverage off. And I'm happy that the assistant to the president on economic matters also like we agree on that some point. So we'll come back to that point. But now I would like to give the floor to our good friend and person who's been covering our market for a long time, Riyad. The floor is yours from the Goldman Sachs, well-known, of course, brand globally in investment industry. So from Global Bank's point of view, I mean, just general maybe overview on the appetite for Central Asia and Kazakhstan, but also from portfolio construction point of view, right? We have so many things in past 2-3 years happening that have affected the portfolios of global investors, right, with the geopolitics and etc. I think that the Central Asia or our region and especially Kazakhstan could fill some of those gaps and has a very good opportunity. You may agree or may not agree, so if you can elaborate on this, please, the floor is yours.
Can I start by complaint, because you didn't use the word friend in your introduction, so I'd like to,
I think
I looked at this room, I just have so many friends in this audience, but also up here, so I would like to start by saying that I think, you know, Goldman was part of the founding shareholder of AIX, and we really shared in the vision of what you were trying to do here, and it's just really nice to be here among friends and seeing the development that the AIFC and the AIX has done. So first of all, let me just start by congratulations.
Thank you.
Look, I just want to say that Kazakhstan doesn't need selling. I mean, you are so blessed with so many things. You have a lot of really amazing things underground. You have a lot of oil, you have a lot of minerals. You've been developing that in a very smart way for many decades. And you know, most people don't have that. You probably had at some point some issues around policy, so sometimes you need to have the right frameworks in place for international investors when they look to the country. You know, when they come and see, you know, 22% debt to GDP ratio, they come and say, this is a very solid balance sheet. Like, you have a lot of income, you have a lot of assets, you're not silly about how you're raising debt. You know, when you look at the G7 countries, these guys are at, you know, 100% plus in many of the instances. So at 22%, you have a very attractive balance sheet. You have a 6.3% growth rate, if I'm not mistaken. I think the numbers just came out earlier this week. How many countries in the world have a 5% plus for growth rate? Not too many. So it doesn't need selling. So when people looked at Kazakhstan from outside, when we look at it from outside, what we ask is, do we believe in the system, right? So as we looked at over the time, now let's go to the system. As you know, many of the system policymakers are on this panel, so forgive me for giving some kudos, but it starts from the central bank. You have to have a orthodox policy making at the central bank where people know, and partially predictable policy making of fighting inflation, financial stability, and banking system stability. And what we can see from outside is that the way the policy making has happened in terms of particularly rate setting and the predictability of how we expect the central bank to react provides a tremendous amount of confidence, and I cannot stress how important that is. We've seen some of your neighbors, which are very large economies, which ran unorthodox financial policies and rate-setting policies, and they had pretty disastrous impact in terms of foreign investor appetite. So I think that's very key to notice. The second one is the banking system. The banking system here has a colorful past. You know, we were also shareholders in some of the banks here, so we understand that very, very well. But today, the AQR policy that is under the direction of the central bank and the financial authorities has been incredible. And when I interact with the banks on this trip, I haven't been here a couple of years, which is unusual for me. It's very different today than it was a couple of years ago. So I think that's really nice to see. So you've got stuff on the ground, very good balance sheet, very good policy. Now everyone's like, okay, let's invest into Kazakhstan. Now here comes the problem, which is buy what? Okay, so you ultimately need to buy some. What I would say is that you need some widgets, either financial widgets or real assets that people will actually need to put their money into. And now let's analyze that. So let me spend a couple minutes on that. The most important and easy to invest cash coming from outside, the first thing people look at is the government bond curve. And the Kazakhstan has a dollar government bond curve, dollar or foreign currency government bond curve, and a domestic bond curve. So what you want is money and interest in the domestic, the tenge government bond curve. There's a few things that would vastly improve the appetite at 16.5% yield curve. This is a very attractive asset. We understood the path of the inflation. FX is at 540. Like, this thing is at a 400. People will buy Kazakh government bonds at 12%. It doesn't need 16.5. So what's the challenge is, you need to finish the work that we're doing on the primary dealership. So I know there's work underway to set up the primary dealership in a robust way. I think that's very important to finish. Liquidity provider, who provides the liquidity, is critical. Right now, there's just not enough liquidity in the system to be able to, sorry?
No, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Not enough liquidity providers on the tenge government curve. Second is the curve itself. There's just too many points on the curve. Like, if you had benchmark bonds on the curve, where you have not maybe 10 bonds or 20 bonds, you had 3 bonds, what would happen is that those bonds would be included in the JP Morgan index, and when its index inclusion drives investor appetite into those specific liquidity points. So there's a few things that I think, and I know that they're underway, so I think, again, congratulations to the authorities for noticing that and working on this, but I think this would be transformational. And you don't need to attract demand at 16.5. You can 12%. Mexican government bonds are at 7%, and there's lots of people piled into it. And Kazakhstan is a much richer country than that. So that's the first one. The second point I want to harbor on, which was I want to talk about the asset manager, but I think we really spoke a lot about that. The asset management system, you really need a domestic asset management system to have capital markets. So that, I think, is kind of quite critical, and as you all heard, that's well underway. The third one really came in the last 1 year. I wouldn't have said this a year ago if I sat here, but today I will say this, which is energy policy. Again, when you see to what does Kazakhstan has to offer from a competitive advantage perspective, the most important asset today in the world that is at a dearth is electricity. And this came up in the last 6 months. Why? Because the fight for data centers and the fight for compute in the war for AI has created an electricity shortage across the G7 world. Now, why is that interesting for Kazakhstan? In the past, you said, let's build industry, let's build a car plant, let's build meat factories. All of these require a lot of other things to happen. Like, you need roads, trains, you need workers, training for people. Lots of different things needs to happen for that money to come in. So it's quite hard. For a data center to arrive in Kazakhstan, which will cost somewhere between 20 to 50 billion, so that's a big FDI number, so that will make the governor very happy, I'm sure. That only requires cheap energy. It doesn't require anything else, and a wire. Now, I think a lot of the wires already exist, so you almost don't need to build the wire. But if you had an energy policy which allows for effectively planting a data center here that will be serviced for the hyperscalers, I think that's an opportunity that Kazakhstan cannot miss. It really cannot. And you are energy-rich countries, so I would expect you to be able to come up with an energy policy, which I understand there is a 2030 energy policy. 2030 is too late. 2035 is too late. The time is now to be able to attract them. This doesn't take long to build these things, and I really think that you have a very unique proposition and ability to build that here. I'll pause there.
Thank you. Thank you, Riyad. I think that was a good point about the sovereign debt. Unfortunately, we don't have the representatives of the Ministry of Economy or Ministry of Finance here to comment on our debt policy. But if I may, maybe Governor Suleimanov or Mr. Sharlopayev can a little bit comment on this, because like for people it may sound, look, you're saying that we have a strong fiscal policy, right, that less than 25% debt to GDP ratio, so that's kind of an attractive point, but then you kind of alluding that we could borrow, right, but we also have a problem of servicing that debt, right, which is at the interest rate you mentioned is expensive. So you know, I mean, like there are two sides to this question, right? You want to offer more instruments or
not more, not more debt. Yeah. The same debt, more thoughtfully. So whatever your debt stack is, it's just spread out across so many instruments. So when an investor looks at, say, let's buy into Kazakhstan, they open it, click a screen comes up as this big. And so the liquidity gets distributed across all those instruments. So what's ended up happening today is that there is a synthetic, people are starting to buy tenge assets in synthetic format, which is not dollar inflow into the country. So buying an NDF in tenge for, there's probably $500 to $1 billion of investments that got into tenge assets, but that's not dollar that came to the reserves. That dollar stays offshore. So if you had a curve that was, let's say, concentrated across some benchmark assets, I don't think I'm saying anything new. I'm quite sure that the Ministry of Finance is quite on top of this, and it's coming. But I just wanted to highlight that this is something that's a very easy, quick fix to make this more, and you don't need it at 16.5, as I said. You can lower the rates.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll just make a couple of quick comments on this one. I think your point raised about primary dealership, I think is something that we need to continue working on. And I think that conversation is well underway, and hopefully we'll come to the resolution on that subject. I think fundamentally that will help to organize the market slightly differently, right? So it's not about just the market infrastructure and stability, but also the way markets are organized is sometimes very helpful to attract inflows into the market. The second thing, which is what very acutely is being observed by our dear friend Riyad, is that we're actually more successful at raising money abroad than we are domestically. So it is easier for us to go out there and persuade foreign investors if we issue a dollar or euro denominated bonds. The locally denominated bonds are less successful in terms of pricing, in terms of the way it attracts capital. And it's a very peculiar situation. Usually that shouldn't be happening. I think this is something that we, together with Ministry of Finance and the National Bank, will continue working on. But if you think about it, like our debt issuance very recently, we've been priced well above our credit rating. The latest placement in June, and the interest rate reflects that. And I think this is something that we need to continue to work on collectively. And with that, I'll probably ask Mr. Suleimanov to share a few thoughts.
Sure. I think I would agree that, again, macroeconomically, the levels of debt are low, but the service expenditure is really high. So it means that we've been doing a pretty average job with respect to debt management. To that end, of course, we have created more or less a debt management office between the Ministry of Finance and the National Bank, because both of us work closely with both external and internal investors, just like Mr. Shalapayev has mentioned. We need to be targeting both audiences. I think that's really important. There are a lot of things related to foreign investors being able to easily come in, easily come out. It has to do with regulation, open capital account, but also with market infrastructure, clearing, and everything related to infrastructural things. But I think one of the important aspects is what they call, we call investor sentiment and inflation expectations. So basically, for example, when Russia is a country at war, and they had a base rate at 21%, but the 3-year government bonds were trading at 16% per annum. While our base rate is 16.5, and we're trading at 16.5 to 17%, our Ministry of Finance, for the same duration. So it means that looking into the future, investors are expecting premium, and that means they do not believe that inflation will be brought down to what we believe is a sustainable level, which is 5%. So I guess it's what do you call, an all-out, whole of the government, whole of the society, whole of market effort to say that inflation is high, but we will get it down to 5%. Therefore, the base rate, the market rates will go down, and therefore the premium that the market is expecting is really excessive. So basically, we'll be coming down to the 12% that Riyad was talking about. But it takes a very joint effort from investor society and from the government and from the central banks. So we shouldn't be hearing signals that inflation is here for forever, it's going to be high, because that means that the market will be expecting a lot more than it is entitled to, given the sound macroeconomics of our republic. So I guess it's a joint work between us, the government, investor society. But I'm really confident that we will get there, and that both internal and external demand will be there at the affordable and reasonable rates. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. And I can see that Mr. Turlov has a lot to comment on both local demand side and interest rate. But before we move to the local markets view on this, if I may, I would like to invite to the discussion Mr. Kablavi, who represents Bank of New York Mellon, one of the largest, if not the largest, custodian bank globally that has access or help to get access to the international investors to over 120, maybe 140 different markets, because we're still developing infrastructure and accessibility of our markets. And of course, BNY see the flows of the investors and their interest on those over 100 different markets, right? So, Mr. Kablavi, if you can comment on, again, attractiveness of this part of the world to the international investors, and how the importance of the infrastructure and just any other points you think valuable to this discussion, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much, and congratulations again, Renat. It's amazing to see the progress since the last time I was here. And if I think about the core issues or things that have happened since the last time I was here, there's two things that really stand out. One is, and the governor commented on this, is talent. So we go around and meet with all market participants, regulators, market infrastructure players, and that's both in AIFC as well as onshore. And the profile of the talent, primarily Kazakh talent, but also talent from the region and abroad, is really significant, right? A significant uplift since the last time I was here. And the second is, all of that talent is really aligned in the narrative and the story and the goals and the vision and mission and strategies that everybody wants to achieve. So whether I'm speaking to people at the National Bank or at the CSDs, the stock exchanges, the regulators, right, it just really does feel like everybody is speaking in unison on what the goals are. Look, in those conversations, I can confidently say that there's been a lot of progress in the areas of trading, clearing, settlement, custody, across both onshore and within the AIFC. So any comments I would make on market infrastructure would be around the keep it going type comments. I would make these comments in other markets as well. You've got the new ISO formats. That's all about getting the data right. It's about getting the straight through processing right. Your visionary yesterday spoke about accelerating the cycle from clearing to settlement to custody, from the T plus whatever it used to be to T plus 2. Now we're going to T plus 1. Europe and the UK will follow on T plus 1 sometime by 2027. So, continuing on that journey, I think, is going to be important. Your digital asset rules and regulations here are also pushing in the right direction, your sandboxes. And I think that's going to be important. We, as a global custodian, are, on the one hand, working on continuing to push the market towards fully digital and as close to instantaneous settlement with no failures as possible, and at the same time working on the digital asset, in the digital asset world, to make settlement completely instantaneous and remove the noise and improve the data flows. And so the keep it going, I think, is really important here. The other thing I would comment on, and I agree with Riyad's commentary on the bond markets, I would say in equities, we're also a large depository receipt issuance enabler bank, right? There are some depository receipt issues that are out of this market. I would say, global investors, and many of them are, let's call it real money investors, are looking to invest in potentially base currencies. So when they do look to invest in base currencies, the convertibility and the availability, liquidity in FX markets is going to be very, very important, right? So that's one. And the second is sometimes their mandates, investors' mandates, are actually to invest in their base currencies, which is where products and capabilities like depository receipts do come in. So I'd say just continuing to broaden the availability of tools and investment products in order to tick as many boxes as possible over time is only going to be positive for the market here.
Thank you, Mr. Kablavi. You made a few good points. I want to come back afterwards, but finishing up on the debt is the digital and tokenization of this industry. I think this is a very good point, and we have very good progress in this area. So we'll come back, and also to equity. But just last few comments from the local market representative on the local debt market, why it's more expensive to borrow locally than outside, and in general, Mr. Chorlov, your comments on this issue, and also if you can then talk about the local equity market.
Thank you. Frankly speaking, I think that Ministry of Finance, together with National Bank, already did a great job structuring our government bonds market. And our government bonds issuance now much more consolidated and structured than, I don't know, 5 years ago. And I hope that we actually already have strong market makers on this market. So, for example, Freedom Holding Corp, our subsidiaries here, can, I hope, provide liquidities for most of issuance of government bonds for hundreds of millions of dollars for each. And that never happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago. But now we think that market is quite consolidated. It's really very high yield. And we have enough market makers who can do these trades with, I don't know, local settlement, AIX settlement, KC settlement, Euroclear settlement, whatever you want. And that's happened just last 2 years. That's very recent development, but it's happened. I'm sure that if we will continue to develop local asset management and more competition in terms of pricing of these government bonds, I'm sure that that will also pay a lot to reduce actually borrowing rates for Ministry of Finance, because I really believe that we have a chance to achieve our inflation goals. And I'm really sure that our government bonds now traded and maybe a bit undervalued. And we can, and that's who will, I don't know, buy 7 years bonds at, I don't know, 17% yield, can make a lot of money if finally inflation will slow down, even not to the target, but closer to the target at the end of the day. That could be a huge premium at the end of the day. If I'm wrong, so that's with such, frankly, strong monetary position in terms of reserves and in terms of generally country forex reserves. We have a lot of them in national funds, in forex reserves, in corporate reserves, in private reserves. We have a quite consolidated market. We actually, of course, monetary policy is always some trade and choice, and we can go some different ways, but in my opinion, we definitely have everything in place to achieve these goals, to slow down inflation. And finally, it's still a huge opportunity for many investors, and also for institutional investors to make money on these bonds. Because, frankly speaking, another opportunity, if that will not happen, that will mean that for some reasons, even despite having such huge resources, we have to expect, I don't know, much weaker tenge in the future. I don't think so. I really believe that that's a good investment opportunity. And that's in general, it looks like that's also in general benefit of governments to keep inflation lower, to have a better predictability, to make, I don't know, to make a market mortgage more affordable to the people at the end of the day who will finally achieve all that stuff. And I also believe that we are very close to opportunity to attract more investors to our local currency-nominated government bond markets through some maybe exchange-traded products, which also could be listed as well as in Kazakhstan, but also outside of Kazakhstan. Maybe it's a good point for big asset managers to launch some ETF, ETPs, I don't know, ETNs to track our government and maybe corporate bonds market. And that could be a great opportunity to some, I don't know, carry trade with our currency and get some advantage of that inflation easing. And it's also great development in equities market because when AIFC was started in 2016, it was also a much different market. And both, mainland and AIFC, both did a great development over that period of time. We helped to different issuers to raise almost $2 billion in a recent couple of years, just in the local offerings. And first time maybe in history we had more demand than supply from local investors on recent offerings. Because that was a formality for a long period of time that you have to offer on local market something. But now we have more demand than supply from the local market, which is also a great shift of that stuff. And frankly speaking, not so much markets can raise these billions of dollars of in equities offerings on their local markets from their local investors and get a huge portion of that from retail part. I also really believe that we have a really quite unique position. We are the same open capital account and investment grade country, and we are only country in a very big region. I think China don't have open capital accounts, and all the rest don't have investment grade credit rating. And that also can secure our position as a country and attract a lot of capital from all over around. Maybe not from high nets, but from some growing upper middle class from all the region, and became like a much lower cost financial center for a lot of middle class and low risk foreign customers who just want to regionally diversify their savings. And we also see this demand, and I see how AIFC actually helping to absorb this demand. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tural. Yeah, and as we started discussing more equity market, I think like, as Riyad, you mentioned that debt market is important and it's kind of the simplest way to come in as portfolio investors into the country. But I think that having more vibrant equity market is actually very important because that's where the long-term actually like capital is, and then the entrepreneurs can raise money. I know personally, you've been at least in discussion on previous few IPOs from Kazakhstan, right, on KMG, Air Astana, at least the last two ones. But now we want to shift more to the private stories, right, not the sovereign state-owned enterprises coming to the market. So anything for the private issuers who want to raise equity capital from the markets, lessons to be learned from the stories of our state-owned enterprise IPOs.
Honestly, Timo should do this, right? Because he's got a $11 billion company that he grew from the country. So I think he's the expert. But I mean, just from my perspective, the only word that I would say is just financial prudence and corporate governance. I mean, there's just two words that are consistent, that are most important for for any company, and most important that if you're going to come to public markets, everyone wants to see transparency and a very, very strong corporate governance, and that is just so fundamental to the successful IPO, or even coming to the IPO and then post-IPO performance. And of course, you have to continue to produce the goods that you're building as a company. So I don't think I'm saying anything, dramatic, but the continued development of corporate governance, and that's a kind of a cultural topic. When you go from a private company to a public company, and again, Timur has experienced this firsthand. There's a lot of scrutiny from investors that you never thought existed, because suddenly you're trading in NASDAQ or AIX or CASE. So I think this corporate governance topic is really the fundamental one that I would say.
Thank you, Riyad. Mr. Kablavi, you wanted to add on this point?
Just that the investor relations function is a very, very important function within the private sector as companies go public and then engage with their investors. It's always a journey, and there's a lot of learning in it, and it's never the same journey for companies in different segments and in different markets, and everybody goes on that journey. But the engagement with the investor community is extremely important. I can't tell you how much time our CFO and our head of investor relations spend with both buy-side analysts and sell-side analysts and speaking at conferences just to make sure that everybody understands the story, the narrative of the company. It's always an underestimated, underappreciated. As much as people spend on it, they can spend more.
Yes, please, Mr. Governor.
Actually, I have a sort of question for you.
Yes.
We've been contemplating. We've been talking about the need to raise financing to fuel our growth, to make our corporate landscape more transparent and things like that. And of course, IPOs are the way to do that. We do a lot of public IPOs, but I think again, unless we start diving into more private IPOs, the market is not gonna fly. Riyad said a lot of the very right things: corporate governance and transparency, investor business case, and investment story, and things like that. But I think we need to think about mid-sized companies' IPOs, and we need to show them the money. Generally, in developing economies, there is no incentive to be more transparent. There's no incentive to be, go through the audits of the Big Four and then have, ecological ESG and everything that we attach as regulators or exchanges when it comes to becoming public. So I guess we need to internally sit down and see what is the incentive for I don't know, a TO or something, Seyrik, Timur, Nurlan, who owns, I don't know, a brick producing plant in Atrau Oblast, for example. What is the incentive for him to go public? I think we need to find the incentives and then maybe take them by the hand through this whole journey. I guess I guess I wanted to get your opinion on that.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Renat. And the other one, and also I think is very important, once we get into digital finance and tokenized ways of raising capital, because it's all about raising capital. So if we open those gates with much lesser, scrutiny as opposed to formal IPOs, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure,
I'm sorry,
sure.
Renat, because
Thank you.
it interests me. Because I know, and it interests me because I want to raise capital for investment, and we believe that interest rates will remain, well, higher than usual for some time, and therefore we need to find alternative ways to raise capital.
Sure. Well, thank you, Governor. And this wasn't directed and expected. So I come again from both sides, demand and supply, right? I think on the supply side, which means like our issuers. So again, state-owned enterprise paved the way. Now we need more private stories, and I think it kind of took time. We as an independent country is 30 years. Now we're going, in my mind, through the change of generation of business owners. So those people who started a lot of the businesses that are mid-sized now are going out of the business just for the natural aging. And not all of the children would want to stay in the business and keep it private, because like mindset has shifted, right? And it's shifting. So some of them will be exiting, which means that the business has to bring in more equity investors and diversify the investor base. So I think that will be one of the causes. Second, of course, the growth of the fintech and startup ecosystem. Successful cases of Caspian, etc., I think motivated a lot of the young people to go. And, you know, you probably heard about all these great stories of the companies who are actually expanding their startups globally and having these growth stories. So I think they will be also another group of supply of issuers on the market. Second, on the demand side, right? So we talked about the local market, that maybe savings are growing and more local retail is getting interested. We still have to create a local institutional demand, asset managers. And we also see that shift in AIFC. We have in the last 4 years given out 60-something plus asset management licenses, more than 100 funds. So we see that the asset management industry is growing here. But another, I think, that big shift, unfortunately we'll not have time to discuss it, is that the one thing we talked about all the time is bridging the liquidity between Chinese market and Kazakhstan. And for previous 6-7 years, it was super difficult. We didn't really have executions, but now we do. We did the first sovereign issuing the dim sum bonds, and we actually had the first dual IPO with Hong Kong, which will ring the bell about today. So I think that shows that there will be pools of capital coming into the market from abroad, from another jurisdiction that were not part of this market before, and also Middle East with the ADX and other exchange CEOs present here with the Tabadul, will try to bring in more liquidity. So liquidity, of course, is the key. And the technology is going to shift that very much with the tokenization. Yes, please, Mr. Sharlapa, you want to tell about it more?
You brushed on a very important topic, and I just want to make sure that everybody in the audience and whoever's listening to us understands this. I think this country, and with help of the regulators, the national bank, the government, is going to make some very, very serious steps to the liberalization of the digital assets. And I think this is fundamentally changes the kind of the profile of our investors. It changes the actual attitude towards it. Because look, to be honest, right? So if you think about bonds and stocks, right? This is like a baby boomer language, a little bit dated in some ways. The younger generation speaks in the asset tokenization terms. They speak in stable coins, etc. The reality is, with underlying real assets, like the digital assets and their correct regulation and liberalization, can create a very strong inflow of retail and private capital into the real assets. And I think what for us is very fundamental that our regulators, our governments are fully aligned on the digital asset liberalization. And I want to congratulate again Governor Bikturov, right? AIFC, one of the platforms where we've just recently did a Bitcoin ETF, right? One of the first in this part of the world. Our stable coins are probably not far out as well. I think we're gonna be launching within a month or two a new stable coin. So our job as a jurisdiction is to create the right environment, to create this digital asset and fiat assets or fiat environment, the right bridges, right, that operate both responsibly and also helpful to the investors community and the people who are trying to raise capital. I think this is something that we will continue to put a lot of effort in, and I again want to congratulate our regulators and AIFC for being at the forefront of that digital asset liberalization.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. And I want to ask Mr. Suleimanov also to talk about digital assets a little bit. I think for the audience, for the market, it's important when the more conventional regulator talks about tokenization and the future of tokenization in the country.
Well, as Mr. Shalabayev has mentioned, we're fully aligned. Of course, we're a traditional regulator, but we do understand that there is no way to turn this tide back. Technologically and from a regulatory standpoint, we just need to be on top of that. That is not to say that we need to go with it, because there's a lot of murky waters underneath. But you need to be able to separate the good and the bad. So basically, with the right regulation, which is not arbitrary to the traditional IPOs and bonds and things like that, we can do that. But we need to make it much easier, and that's why, as this tricky question. So the IPOs and tokenization, if you have a subsurface use right, for example, your LLP won that, and you want to go public, or you want to tokenize that right and raise capital that way, what are the avenues? What are the pros and cons of going both ways? This is something that we need to answer in a very short span of time. So, but we are fully aligned, and I think the AIFC's example is a great one. It's a big regulatory sandbox where a lot of ideas are being tested, and that helps us as traditional regulators to be more forward-looking and braver. So, yeah, I don't think we have any obstacles. We'll do it.
Thank you, Governor. And again, I think that's important for the market to hear that that we are aligned in terms of the digital asset and tokenization. Just last question, maybe not before anyone wants to other comments, Mr. Kablavi. Like, I think that the tokenization and creating of these crypto assets, I wouldn't say puts out traditional institutions that ensure trust on the market by checking, cross-checking, and etc. But this is decentralized finance, right? So a lot of the assurances are built into the instruments itself, right? That's a point. So that makes the infrastructure. How does that gonna affect the businesses of the institutions like yourself, who are actually on the post-trade side of the market? Just like out of curiosity, I think that you should be able to reinvent yourself, right?
Well, so I think it's less about reinventing and more about enabling. So I think of it as an opportunity to, on the one hand, solve issues in the traditional market. As I said earlier, we have been pushing from T+3 to T+2 to T+1 in the US, and taking out the noise, which is in failed settlements effectively. Data is slower to organize and derive insights from. For example, you mentioned earlier, $56 trillion in assets under custody and administration. We have a big data engine that aggregates and anonymizes the 56 trillion and then draws insights and conclusions, but it's only available next day. So for us, it's about enabling, and it's not just post-trade, it's pre-trade, trade, and post-trade, enabling that world in a parallel digital tokenized fashion, and then making sure, this is really important, bridging between traditional finance and digital assets, because there's a whole world, $200 trillion of assets that exist in traditional finance that can be tokenized, right, and can be made available for instantaneous settlement and the data that comes off of it. And so we see ourselves as an enabler of the interoperability of all of those islands that are currently being established to test out whether it's stable coins, tokenized traditional assets, or digitally native assets. There needs to be a consolidator or an interoperator of all of these things, and we're playing a role in making that happen.
I see. Thank you. We're running out of time, so maybe if anyone of the speakers wants to make last comments on any of the topics we discussed, debt, equity, or digital assets. If not, the guests, we have now a ring the bell ceremony, so please stay in the room. We'll start right away after the panel session. Now I would like to ask the speakers in the middle so we can take the group photo. Thank you for your participation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to start the listing ceremony of GSIN International Resources at Astana International Exchange. Let me invite on stage Mr. Kanat Bozumbayev, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, investors and friends. Thanks Astana International Exchange Secretariat as an organizer for the event and great audience for their presence and attention. The purpose of today's event is a celebration of the successful dual listing on Hong Kong Stock Exchange as well as on Astana International Exchange of Hong Kong-based enterprises, GSIN International Resources Investment Limited, being a parent company of Kazakhstani world's largest open-pit tungsten mining company, Jitsu Wolfram. When I was acting as a governor of Almaty region, and we provided full support to investment project observing the ongoing construction progress of the processing plant and its infrastructure, and helping the company to positively overcome challenge to make sure the project continue to grow efficiency. The government of Kazakhstan needs to be confident that the world's first largest open-pit tungsten mine in the right hand and being developed holistically and ecologically, creating a great environmental for the regional economy and community with the focus on deep processing of tungsten production. I would like to sincerely thank for the foreign investors such as Jiangxi Copper, CRRC, Evertrillion, as well as companies, Kazakhstani management, for their great efforts, investors, reliability, and high competency in building up such a promising investment project in Kazakhstan. We hope the foreign investors and companies management will be able to act socially responsible and committed to sustainable development with ongoing ESG efforts. The Bogoti investment project is a great example of how the Kazakhstan-Chinese cooperation can be achieved efficiently and beneficially for both countries. The government of Kazakhstan is always working hard to ensure that the reliable and decent foreign investors are protected and supported accordingly by the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Yersain Nagaspayev, the Minister of Industry and Construction of the Republic of Kazakhstan, is invited on stage with welcome remarks.
Dear participants of the ceremony, I would like to congratulate GSIN International Resources Investment Limited on the successful completion of its IPO and dual listing of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and the Astana International Exchange. Today's ceremony is not only about the company's entry into public trading. It marks a new stage in the development of our investment ecosystem, opens the way for international capital, and strengthens Kazakhstan's role as a regional financial hub. The Astana International Financial Center plays a key role in this process, ensuring investor confidence and acting as an important driver of capital attraction into Kazakhstan. President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, and the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, attach great importance to the expansion of the strategic partnership between our two countries. Within the framework of industry cooperation between Kazakhstan and the People's Republic of China, 270 joint projects are being implemented with a total value of approximately $75 billion. which are expected to create around 92,000 jobs. Among them are the Fujian Hengwang Investment Steel Plant, the coal chemical complex of China Energy International Group, and a multi-brand automobile manufacturing plant producing passenger cars under the Chery, Chang'an Haval, and Tang brands. Kazakhstan is ready to cooperate in the fields of exploration and development of mineral deposits, as well as in the metallurgical and chemical industries. These sectors are important for global supply chains, from the batteries and electronics to renewable energy. We offer our partners long-term cooperation based on the principles of trust, sustainability, and mutual benefit. I am confident that the success of Jiangxin International will serve as an example for foreign companies that will view IPOs as an effective instrument for development and entry into new markets. Allow me once more extend my congratulations to the management of the AIFC and team of Jiangxin, and to wish them continued prosperity and success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Asel Mukajanova, the CEO of Astana International Exchange, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, today it is a very important day for us, a historic milestone. Jiangxin International Resources Company, this is an issuer at our platform at the AIX, and it's great pleasure to welcome them as our listed company. Jiangxin will be listed both in AIX and in Hong Kong exchange, and this is the first dual listing, the first of a Chinese company. And for the stocks in AIX, it's an official listing.
I am pleased. I have seen Mr. Bozumbayev, whom I studied at the university, and it made me confused a bit. I am really sorry. That was a surprise for me, and I apologize for that. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome you to this tremendous occasion. Jiangxin company is one of the most expected IPO on AIX, and we truly believe that will be a good start for many companies to come and join and do IPOs on AIX. And this transaction could not have been made without the commitment and dedication of the team of joint book runners, lead managers, lawyers, and auditors. And we believe that you did a great job. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Luli Chang, Mr. Luli Chang to our trading hall, and Mr. Wang Zhongwei for making this transaction happen. And that was the really great transaction, and I need to extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Barry Chan, our longtime good friend. And Barry, you might not know that, but we regard you as a true ambassador of AFC and AIX in China and beyond. So that's a good start, and we believe that this will continue, and we will be welcoming more and more names to our market, and we'll see good transactions going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now Mr. Liu Lichang, chairman of the Jiangxin International Resources Investment Limited, is invited to the stage to address the audience.
尊敬的卡拉特、博祖姆巴耶夫副总理阁下，尊敬的工业和建设部部长叶尔塞因、纳加斯帕耶夫先生，尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾，大家上午好。今天我们共同见证嘉兴国际与香港联交所与哈萨克斯坦阿斯塔纳国际交易所同步上市的历史时刻，作为全球首家在
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a big honor to be here at this ceremony today. It's a historic milestone, a dual listing of the GSing at AIX and Hong Kong Stock Exchange. I would like to sincerely thank Government of Kazakhstan, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, AIX, our stakeholders, our partners, our clients. We appreciate our cooperation and all your support. GSing International Company is actively working in Kazakhstan. We pay specific attention to the development and exploration of the Tungsten reserve, and at the end of the year, our enterprise the biggest open pit tungsten site. It is a big milestone for Kazakhstani and Chinese cooperation. In November 2024, we were appreciated by the by the status of the biggest and the best investor, and the Prime Minister was actually giving us this status, and this was a great achievement in our cooperation. This dual listing attracted a lot of attention. The volume of our transaction had more demand rather than supply. It is more than 35 billion USD. And of course, this is a demonstration of our certainty and the trust from the international investors in the high-quality Kazakhstani assets. It's a positive signal, and it's very promising. We believe that this success will bring more companies to go for listing, dual listing as well, in Hong Kong Stock Exchange and AIX. This will be a new impulse for local economy. For us, this event and the dual listing is a new starting point to speed up our construction with the speeding up of the second phase of the tungsten development and its deeper processing with wolfram production. We will be ensuring high level of governance, who will be ensuring compliance in both companies, encouraging investors for higher achievements, and who will be respecting all ESG principles. And finally, I would like to thank all of you for your participation. I wish you the best of luck.
Of the Jiangxi Copper Company Limited, one of the major shareholders of GSing International, is invited to the floor for the welcome remarks.
Dear Mr. Bozumbayev, Your Excellencies, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, today we are witnessing a very important moment, successful listing of GSing International at Astana International Exchange. On behalf of Jiangxi Copper, I would like to share my warmest greetings and congratulations for the listing, for going public. I would like to welcome representative of Kazakhstani government, all our friends and our partners. I would like to thank our friends and our partners from different sectors who were sharing their support and encouraging us for the wolfram bucketing reserve is the biggest project in Kazakhstan, supported by our company. And of course, thanks to joint support, the project team with highest quality standard and efficiency, we were able to promote the construction of the Bakutin reserve. After 4 years of major efforts, the modern mining complex is now located in the mountains of Bakhmut. And it is another bright demonstration of cooperation between People's Republic of China and Kazakhstan. This is an important milestone, not only in the development of our company, but also a big impulse for the development of industry in Kazakhstan. Cooperation within the joint construction of the Belt and Road Initiative and under the leadership of Kazakhstan and Central Asia spirit, cooperation between China and Kazakhstan is in its golden age. We believe that GSIN International will adhere to the principle of joint discussions, joint construction, mutual beneficial for both countries as a new impulse for quicker growth and becoming leader at international free market. And of course, we would like in this very important day to wish everybody successful listings, fruitful prosperity, good relationship between our countries within Belt and Road Initiative. Thank you very much and the best of luck.
This dual listing is China International Capital Corporation. Please welcome Ms. Liang Dongqing, Managing Director of CICC, to the stage to address the audience.
Your Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Bedevbayev, Your Excellency Minister Nazarbayev, Governor Ms. Bekotov, Ms. Mukhajanova, Chairman Liu, Mr. Yu, distinguished guests. It's my honor to represent CICC as the sole sponsor of GSIN International Resources to congratulate the company's dual listing on Hong Kong and Astana International Exchange. This milestone marks 3 global firsts. The first dual listing on Hong Kong and Astana market, the first Central Asia RMB denominated stock, the first listed Hong Kong tungsten mining company. Through the IPO, GSIN successfully raised $170 million, but more important, its stock price surged 170% on its first trading day, reflecting strong market confidence. Following 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, GSIN's listing sets a new benchmark for cross-border financial integration and collaboration and the Belt Road Initiative, and set a strong showcase for attract more dual listing and attract more capital into the region. CICC was privileged to lead this pioneering project, navigating complex dual market regulation to ensure smooth execution. We sincerely thank GSIN and Jiangxi Copper for your trust and deeply appreciate AIX and the regulators for your unwavering support. Looking ahead, CICC is dedicated to bridge capital markets between China and Kazakhstan, leveraging our global network. We wish GSIN every success in becoming a global tungsten leader, and we are confident the cooperation between two countries through AIFC and AIX will deepen further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our tradition, let us present the tombstones to our new issuer and the book runners. I invite to the stage Ms. Asil Mukhajanova and Mr. Liu Lichang, Chairman of GSIN International, for presentation of tombstones. Thank you very much. Ms. Liang Donqing, Managing Director of CICC, is invited to the stage. Ms. Laura Dusenova, Investment Banking Department Director, Skybridge Invest, the local lead manager of the listing, is invited to the floor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the culmination of today's ceremony, the countdown and the pressing of the button to mark the start of trading of Jasin International Resources ordinary shares on AIX. Mr. Kanat Bozumbayev, Mr. Liu Lichang, Mr. Yersain Nagaspayev, and Ms. Asil Mukajanova are invited to the stage for the symbolic launch of trading. Congratulations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this marked the conclusion of today's listing ceremony. Thank you for all joining us and celebrating this milestone together. Jasin International Resources Chairman Mr. Liu Lichang is asked to proceed to the main hall to sign the AIX Book of Honorable Guests after the group photo with his team.
Уважаемые участники, сейчас для вас накрыт кофе-брейк в зоне за лифтом. Просим вас отдохнуть и присоединиться к нам позже на следующую сессию. Құрметті қатысушылар, лифттің артындағы аймақта сіздерге кофе-брейк дайын. Сіздерді демалып, кейін сессияға қосылуға шақырамыз. Dear participants, the coffee break is now served in the area behind the elevator. Please enjoy your break and join us later to the next session.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands.
Уважаемые участники, панельная дискуссия «Экономические перспективы Казахстана, новые тенденции и влияние на рынок капитала» скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, Қазақстанның экономикалық перспективалары, жаңа үрдістер және капитал нарығына ықпал. Панельдік пікірталасы жақын арада басталады. Өз орындарыңызды алуыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, the panel session on Kazakhstan's economic outlook, emerging trends and capital market implications will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Уважаемые друзья-коллеги, пока все собираются, позвольте мне пару слов сказать неофициально. Во-первых, всех хотел поприветствовать. Сегодня такой классный, замечательный день. Если мы посмотрим на погоду в Астане, то не часто такие деньки бывают. Я думаю, это точно, потому что к нам приехали спикеры.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the panel session. While we're getting ready, I just want to say a couple of words. We have such a great weather in Astana, which is not always the case. And again, we're still gathering all the guests who will come join us at the panel session. Feel free to take front row seats. I see those are still empty. On my end, I would like to say that AFD has a great format. Yesterday I was at the opening and I was impressed by such an opening. I saw that in London, I saw in a number of other forums, and I would like to address the organizers, AFC team, and thank you for doing a great job at this forum. It is truly great. We see that foreign investors came here, and we also see that it is thanks to AFC platform that tomorrow our economy can get richer, have more projects, more investors, and everything will be great. Today we have 40 minutes, so I suggest we start. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants of the forum, we have a special session right now. Welcome.
Since we have such a distinguished experts, very important topic, we will be discussing economics. We will be discussing economics today and economy. Before us, we had representatives from the Ministry, National Bank, and they were also elaborating on economy. Why economy is so important? Why should we discuss it? It's quite a wide topic, but if we don't discuss it, if we don't challenge ourselves and each other, I believe that our kids will not be living in a better country. Today we have very important.
Я хотел бы представить всех участников.
I would like to introduce all the participants. To start with myself, my name is Genjul Mashev. I'm managing partner and the CEO at KPMG Caucasus and Central Asia. Today I will be moderating this session. And we have Miss Elena Leonidovna. She joined us from Almaty, but I know Elena Leonidovna from the Samruk-Kazana times. When Samruk-Kazana was at its beginning, Elena Leonidovna had very important role. She was responsible for the developing all the business processes, infrastructure. After that, there were projects in National Bank, at the Ministry. Therefore, it will be great pleasure to hear your opinion today. Being a very experienced expert and also representative of the Association of Finance Experts of Kazakhstan. Then we have Mr. Galim Kusainov. He was a chairperson of the BCC. Today he is a member of the board of AFC Authority. And if you don't know, Galim has a great Telegram channel. You can sign up to it. He uses very simple language to explain economy of Kazakhstan. Galim is such a distinguished expert. Mikhail Solovyov is a representative of a ranking agency, Kefich. This is a ranking agency. It's quite a recent one. And Kazakhstan was assigned a triple B ranking. Mikhail, we will be happy to learn more about that, whether we have any chance of becoming triple A or if we have something else to expect. Therefore, let's be pretty candid today. Mr. Askar Namazbayev, our representative from the foreign community, community of foreign investors, we have such a key bank as EBRD. I would call it a systematic in terms of the institutional investors. Oscar joined the bank a long time ago, and in different forums he brings up issues related to the economic development and how we should be investing money and where to invest to. I am a representative of a consulting audit company, therefore I would like to shape this discussion for us and to start with the following. Elena, can you elaborate on the macroeconomy? Then we will pass the floor to Askar, and Askar will be sharing EBRD's perspective, how they see economy of Kazakhstan, where they investing their money. And Galam, we will be giving the floor to you. At your Telegram channel, we heard some positive and negative things. Therefore, we are expecting some interesting insights, and then Mikhail will be finalizing our today's interesting discussions. And Elena, let's start with macroeconomy first. The floor is yours. Thank you very much again. Let's continue discussion about the macro economy. It started at the plenary session where our distinguished chairperson of the National Bank and the assistant to the president raised some issues. I will continue how macroeconomy impacts attraction of investors to the capital market. Today's macroeconomic situation in terms of the external investors looks very attractive. First of all, because our reserves at the National Fund in the Forex are 60 billion tenge, and the reserve of the National Bank is quite significant, and overall it's more than 112 billion USD. It's very significant compared to other countries of the region, and not only in the region, but with our comrades for the similar ranking. But inflation is quite high. End of September. In September, it's 12%. End of year, National Bank's expectation is 12.5%. Inflation expectations from the market participants are also not very optimistic. But if we look at the future development, we have a new tax code, new budget code. It's already the draft budget for 3 years has been submitted to the parliament. It says what to expect next year. It's expected consolidation, slight decrease in the GDP growth. Now it's 6.3%, following National Bank estimates and the national experts estimates. Economy of Kazakhstan next year will be around 5.5% growth rate. So that's not bad. And as for the inflation expectation in the draft budget for 2026-2028, we think that there is a forecast that by 2026, we will be approaching our targeted corridor of inflation, and it will be at around 5%. I'm not sure about that, but it's very important indicator for the investors to understand what environment to expect. What are the positive things? Moderately prudent policy of the National Bank is already delivering. The high rate will be probably staying for some time, and for the prudential management and governance will be there this year, next year, and it will be giving some impacts. There are some negatives. We have the interest rate channel, and that's how the mechanisms are being implemented, that it's not performing well, because we have two parallel world of credits. We have the interest rates, and that is not impacting well behavior of the investors as well. If we go back to the budget, it's good thing that the draft budget for 2026 looks balanced, and significant growth of the revenues. But if we look at the perspective outside of 2026, the situation is not looking good. I do not believe that the government budget, public budget, both local and Republican level, can decrease from 23.4% to 18% of GDP. And then if we look at the forecast, it goes down to 15%. I believe these figures are not realistic. It means that we'll have to keep the budget expenditures at the higher level, and as a result, it might bring us to a situation where additional budget deficit will be observed with the necessity to borrow, or it require additional transfers from the oil fund, which has been cancelled, as I believe. So for 2026, it's quite predictable situation, but for 2027, 2028, it's not. That will be not a good impact on inflation. Just to summarize, 2026 brings us quite higher optimism, but it's the very beginning of structural reforms. If they are not continued in 2027, 2028, then it will be quite a high possibility that this unexpected things might be demonstrating themselves. But in 2026, it will be good. 2027, probably some turbulence to be expected. 2028, we should get ready. Well, how much prepared should we be? I believe that EBRD has some statistics to share. When by EBRD invitation, I attended the forum in Jordan. It was pre-COVID times, and I heard that EBRD invested 120 billion USD globally, 120 billion. I was quite surprised because all this money were not just in simple projects, but mostly for the infrastructure projects. Therefore, I am sure that in this COVID and post-COVID times, EBRD has invested even more. In Kazakhstan, it's 11 billion. And when this money are invested, how to correlate the volumes of invested money with the quality? How is that impacting economy of Kazakhstan and the capital markets in particular? Thank you very much, Saken. Good morning, dear colleagues. When I was getting ready, I was expecting to comment on the macroeconomy part, but then I decided to not to elaborate on that because it was quite a multivectoral analysis and comprehensive one. We see how EBRD is operating. We see the increasing growth, and since oil fields are growing as production rates, but in the midterm we have some slowing down with the inflation expectations. We completely agree with Elena and her speech. What are the growth points we see in medium and long term? That is the question. So, and for economic integration will play a key role. In our region, we have around 82 million people, hours of population. I mean, Central Asia, it is compared as such a regional player as Turkey, where the population is 88 million people. Generally, in total, economy of Central Asia is $560 billion USD in the past year. For Turkey, it's 1.3 trillion USD. This is delta between 560 1.3. This is the potential, untapped potential of Central Asian countries, where I believe we have growth potential, and a major part of this growth can be in Kazakhstan. And the Trans-Caspian corridor should be developing with the logistics platforms, dry ports servicing trade transit between Europe and Asia. EBRD is planning to invest more than 2 billion euro into the regional and transport infrastructure, including Trans-Caspian transport corridor in the upcoming several years, and we are expecting to increase and to double up such investments from the institutional investors. And we really hope to use our cooperation with AIFC using the green bonds, sustainability linked bonds. So this is what EBRD is doing. This is our bread and butter. That's what we do on a regular basis in infrastructure investment, in promoting economic reforms, economic and sector reforms. And then we see the energy transition. In Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan economies, in terms of the energy intensity, we are leaders in global rankings, and we are 2 times more than the EU average. That we have this great potential here. Construction of a big gigawatt utility scale stations, including smart technology, battery energy storage systems. That's what we see in the medium and long term. That's a big opportunity. Therefore, we support government of Kazakhstan to establish a platform of fair energy transition and just energy transition. That's about attracting investment to decarbonization of energy sector. Just to finalize, I would like to say that in a global term, Central Asia is going through one of its best periods in the modern history. If you need any proof, look at the status of people who attend AFD. We see global players, biggest brands, asset managers with worth of 1.3 trillion USD. They are interested in the region, and particularly in Kazakhstan. Therefore, Central Asia is relevant, not only because of oil and gas, but also human talent, implementation of innovations, and possibility to build bridges in terms of cooperations and partnerships. That's all I had. Probably will stop here. Thank you very much. Oscar, AFC is a very important platform. It's great that you are collaborating, but without EBRD, it's not probably possible to build a strong economy in Kazakhstan. You're already planning to invest 2 billion, probably 3-4 is also possibility. More. The more we have, the better we can do. Since I am supervising not only Kazakhstan, but also Central Asia and Caucasus, I travel a lot in our region. But what Oscar mentioned, on top of that, in our region, we have the youngest population. It is becoming younger. We don't have aging problem. This is a great untapped potential to become IT hubs. So in terms of the human capital, we have a lot of people, and now it is about enhancing the capital and expanding human capital. So it's great to see young people here attending such forums, and it's very pleasing that you're interested in such topics. Gollum, now the question will be to you. FDI, this is an indicator. This is the foreign investment index. So if it's about the tax codes, the discussion are still going on with active discussions, interest rate, exchange rate for tenge. Gollum, I think, is the person who keeps asking about the exchange rate, 550 or 560 or even 1,000. The question recently was raised. I'm sure we won't be reaching 1,000 this year, but it's just a question of time. Gollum, the floor is yours. In your opinion, can you please?
So please share some concretics maybe, but also give us a comprehensive overview of the economy and the effect on the capital market. Thank you so much. Of course, one can talk about economy for hours, if not days long, and there are many challenges that we're still facing, and I don't think I will be able to squeeze them all in 5 minutes. So I would like to talk more specifically about FDI, foreign direct investments, why they're being reduced, and what are the reasons for that and what needs to happen. As you know, last year net FDI was negative, meaning that the payments to the foreign investors who came to Kazakhstan exceeded the inflow of the foreign direct investments. And of course, we need to understand the reasons, and the reasons are numerous. But let's also discuss why investments even come to Kazakhstan. They follow the yield, which needs to cover the risks. And also, there should be some margin depending on the sector. Kazakhstan still belongs to the emerging market, and the risks that we have are still there. And those investors who come, they must come to the sectors with a high margin. That used to be our raw materials. Having a look back in history, you will see that most investments were into the oil and gas, Chevroil, Kashagan, and Karachaganak. All three projects already finished the investment phase, and they're now at the extraction as well as the return of investment. This was the major factor why FDI went down. We have other sectors such as mining and metallurgy sector, we have logistics and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, there is not the same profit there in mining metallurgy. There are other challenges that impede the development. And it's important to understand what needs to happen so that investors come to those sectors that have a smaller margin. Where do you find those sectors? And of course, you have to work with a certain risk. We need to reduce premium for risk for Kazakhstan so that investors come to other sectors as well, where the margin is not covering the premium for risk. So we need to look at why we have such high risks to begin with. And it is important to have two categories. First is external risks. Kazakhstan geopolitically is located in a complex and complicated region, and whenever we build an expensive house in an unfavorable climate, then of course you have to spend a lot on defense. So investors take into account our geopolitical position, and it is one of the reasons why we lack long-term investment. Although all of that is clear, and there might be some diplomatical ways of resolving that, and Kazakhstan is taking great efforts in this regard. We see that a lot of external geopolitical factors play a role, and Kazakhstan is making big steps into the future, and we're becoming more and more interesting. But we also have some internal factors. Those are mainly linked to the institutional climate and macroeconomic climate. So if in Kazakhstan we do not continue the reforms, if they're not fully implemented, then unfortunately our institutes will not be able to work, and we will not get a long-term growth, because investors are interested in stability, and whenever they come to a country, they want to be sure that their investments will return and that their private property will be protected, that the legal system works, the law enforcement system works. All these sectors need to be working. In Kazakhstan, there are a lot of reforms and initiatives. They're all the right ones, but unfortunately, they don't all make it to the end, to Akimat. And we, of course, have some big managers, and we help them. We sort of hold their hands mainly, but this does not give us big amounts. Big amounts come when the system works. So we need to make sure that Rayon Akimat and all the ministries work as clocks. And for that, we need to continue all the reforms that will follow. I will give you a small example. Recently, a friend called me from Aktau and says, you know, recently, one person just bought a small part of railway from Akimat. And that's it. Our production stopped. I cannot use this railway. Nobody can do anything about it. So first of all, Akimats do not sell private property for a very long time. But the problems still happen, and nobody wants to do anything about it. So what can we do? And whenever investors come, they see these problems, and no matter what you say to the investor that we're doing a lot, but until it is actually happening on the ground, investors will not believe us. And a little bit about the banking sector, let me say a couple of words, because the banking sector today is the most profitable one in Kazakhstan. But for some reason, foreign banks do not rush to come into this market. Why? First of all, the nature of the profitability of our bank is in regulation. The higher the base rate, the more banks make. I wrote about it in my Telegram channel. We also have some prohibitions for the current accounts. We also have some base for the deposits. That means that banks receive liquidity at 0% or 0.1, can then use it for the interest rate. All of that then leads to the increase of the base rate. And so we end up with a rich sector. But the problems in the banking sector did not get resolved. And that is why the big players understand that even if they come to Kazakhstan, the inflation will go down, the base rate will go down, and then the generally interest rates will go down, and the margin in banking sector will not be the same. And we do not have the retail crediting really, or the consumer crediting, and this is something that we still need to work on. I believe that this is something we still need to work on in the banking sector, and until we resolve all these issues, big major players will look at it through the prism of the regulatory framework not being ready for the long-term investment. And so investors will go into those sectors in Kazakhstan that will give high margin and that will cover the risk of long-term nature. So that's briefly from my end. Thank you so much. Galim, that was such an interesting comment that you made, particularly pertaining to reforms. If we look at the word reform, we will see that it's re and form, so a change of form. And I would like to say that there is a concept of intention. We say we are going to reform something, maybe a certain sector of economy, area, maybe banking sector, like you said. And it is important that initiative is there, the intent is there, but also reform needs to be fully implemented. And it is not easy to do so. There are some reforms that will affect the people that live in Kazakhstan right now. So we might need to pay more, but in 10 years' time, this reform will give its fruit. Such reforms are there as well. And we need to strike a balance. And our country is trying to balance all that. And Mikhail, I can ask you. In July this year, you gave triple B rating. We all know about it, we hear about it. But what is behind the triple B? Is it good? Is it bad? What are the advantages and disadvantages? Please do tell us. Please unveil this secret and share your experience how this evaluation took place. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's true that in July we conferred triple B and forecast is stable. And I probably need to say that it is not the rating of Kazakhstan as a country. It is a rating of the Ministry of Finance of Kazakhstan, how strong it is as a borderer compared to other governments of other countries. Kazakhstan is at the level of Italy right now, which is a high level. And it even exceeds such countries as Greece, Romania, Mexico. So the rating of Kazakhstan is higher. So this year we confirmed this rating, but the history of rating of Kazakhstan goes back to 1996 when the first rating was given to the sovereign Kazakhstan. And ever since then, we have been upholding this rating. So for the last 21, rating of Kazakhstan was an investment category, which means triple B minus and higher, triple B and triple B plus. These are the investment category indexes, meaning that the conservative part of the investors, such as American pension funds, will be able to buy sovereign Eurobonds of Kazakhstan, even within their conservative policy. And I should say that the demand For the last 2.5 billion issuance of a bond was twice as high as the supply. That was a very good offering that Kazakhstan carried out. And I should say that Kazakhstan, for a certain time, was not in the market, and it is only that in 2024 that Kazakhstan went back to the market, let's say. And there is quite a high demand. Generally, if we look at the rating, there are two positive factors and two impeding factors for the further growth. Positive factors include the low level of debt in relation to GDP. It is basically twice as low as the median for BBB category. So you see there is a big headroom, there's a lot of space, and we could increase the state debt, and it would still look better than the average in BBB category. Now, the negative factor, well, the second positive factor is the amount of the currency reserve, which is also higher than the median in Kazakhstan. Now, the impeding factor is the inflation. Double-digit inflation is not typical for BBB category, and in investment category, you're supposed to see single-digit inflation, so lower than 10%. And the second is governance, which generally shows that investors are sure of the future. So it's a geopolitical factor, a long-term factor, we can call it that. And I want to say that besides the sovereign government will also rate 50 Kazakh emitters, so corporations, banks, and even municipal ones. And this portfolio is a stable one over the last several years. Over the last years, it did not change. We did not see any new public ratings from corporations ever since COVID, I would say. So when we talk to corporations, we see some objective reasons as to why the companies decide not to go to the global capital market. And post-COVID, it was also linked to 2022, the war that is taking place in Ukraine. And Kazakhstani company spent a lot of time and efforts and resources to try and comply with international sanctions. And then inflation. It's true that inflation is impeding with this, with attracting investors. So all these factors together right now are impeding for the further growth and development of the capital market, especially when it comes to the credit in the real sector in Kazakhstan. Since 2022, we did not see any corporate placements of Eurobonds in Kazakhstan, whereas some other neighbors, regardless of the difficult geopolitical situation, for example, Uzbekistan grew its portfolio from 0 to 12 corporate ratings and made itself on par with Kazakhstan. And so this country is also actively placing on the market. Mikhail, these were some interesting comments. Generally, when we talk about rating, I always thought that it's a sovereign rating of the country, and you shifted my paradigm that it is the rating of the Ministry of Finance, and I agree that, right, economic growth is not a part of the rating. So it could be 1, it could be 5%, it could be 6%, like in Kazakhstan, but it is not a contributing factor. The contributing factors are the ones that Elena talked about. So the debt to GDP ratio and others. Thank you so much. Now let us sum up, as I promised. So we talked about economy. Most importantly, if we talk about the budgetary policy for next year, everything is already put together. We're hoping that everything will be good, as the Association of the Financial Experts confirmed it. But here's what we would like to say. We do have some challenges that we talk about, such as inflation. You heard it several times. So double-digit is a lot. So when we talk about the deposits, and that are getting close to 20%, whereas the born rate is higher than 20%, then what type of business should that be that should be able to pay out all this interest rate? We also heard about FDI, that right now foreign direct investments will not just jump into Kazakhstan. We are proud of our country, of our mountain steppes and rivers, but in order to attract foreign investors, we need to focus on infrastructure. And we already heard about reforms. Now we do understand that the foreign banks and institutional banks such as EBRD will continue contributing to the economy of Kazakhstan, but at the same time, it's clear that we should be strong, we should not shy away and promote the reforms. And of course, BBB rating, we can still have it for some time, but let's be cautious about it. We have a little bit time left, so let's summarize. I would like to address each of the panelists and ask this question. What, in your opinion, can be done for the economy of Kazakhstan? Each of you underlined something, but if we get more specific, I think this particular thing needs to be done in the next 1 to 3 years. Please. Thank you. I like specific issues. We need to counteract inflation. The head of the state gave the decree to liberalize the economy, but unfortunately it's still work in progress. The state should be the investor only in partnership with the market. And it's great to hope for foreign investors, but you also need to stimulate the domestic investors. The banks cannot credit the project because the market funding for them is too high. What can be done? We need to stop the state participation in creating the economy. Any projects where the state participates must involve the debt financing and equity if possible. Without that, we will not achieve much. Digital financing, it is great, but nobody's going to buy tokens if the right for ownership of these shares can be subject to some risks. So that's my recipe. Everything was clear. Thank you. Dear colleagues, next. We don't have the line. We just, if you have the right intention, speak up. Right. I can help by agree with Elena. We do need to speed up our economic reforms. Let's not be afraid. Let's do what needs to be done. Sometimes we talk about the reforms and we cooperate with the government, but sometimes our X comes, but the decision is not made for various reasons. And I believe that this indecisiveness that sometimes happens due to various reasons is the impeding factor of the process of development. It is an obstacle, basically, in attracting investment and in unlocking the economic potential. It's the delta that I mentioned earlier between Turkey and Central Asia. That's all I've got. Thank you. That was quite a strong statement. Well, a lot can be said about what needs to be done, but let me just talk specifically about FDI. What needs to happen so that FDI comes to us? Investments are the catalyst of the economic growth. So I have 5 statements that I would like to voice. First, we need to continue the reforms. They need to be liberal. I fully agree with Oskar and with Yelena. We need to be stronger. We need to be more passionate. And whenever we come to the reform, then, there's not much left of the primary idea. And that does not lead to the result that we wanted. Second is privatization. We need to create the market for foreign investors so that they could be potentially interested in investment. We also have a big share of the state and economy and privatization. Well, this is not something that the state should be making money off. The taxes should be the main income for the state. And for foreign directors, That's another opportunity to make money due to increasing effectiveness and not increasing the price, because the state is a bad manager with a low effectiveness. And so we need to pay attention to privatization, and as Margaret Thatcher privatized all of the public sector in the Great Britain. And if we did that, we would have a great effect for the state, not so much from the point of view of getting some profit from the sales, but by increasing the efficiency. Next is the only sector that can be more or less attractive for the foreign investors is the metallurgy and mining sector. In this sector, there were a lot of reforms, but there is still a lot that needs to be done. We need to continue. We need to borrow the best experience, and there's a lot of good experience in the world, Norway, Australia, Canada. But we are trying to find our own unique path that, unfortunately, does not give the effect that we would like to have from the development point of view. Number 4. A lot of changes are happening in the world, and I believe that energy will become the driver in the world that will be very important.
Yes, with the development of AI, we will need more and more cheap power. And of course, there is a green agenda, but we still have big reserves of coal to ensure cheap electricity required by AI. Probably we should be looking at this as well. Number 5. Big investors are coming to the markets of consumption only. We should create and establish consumption points, and this is possible only by agglomeration. Almaty, Astana, Aktobe, Shymkent should government to think about these agglomerations to create big hubs, bridges with big hubs, Tashkent and other major cities of the region. Because in Central Asia, we are the most developed country. Yes, we have a lot of things to improve, to work on, but if we look in terms of the level of development and the development of institutes, we are the most developed one with courts and with law enforcement. And in Central Asia, we are the safest. We should be using all this potential, creating agglomerations and attraction points. Thank you very much, Gollum. Very good and wide message in terms of the investment attraction. Mikhail, please. Well, just a few minutes left. I will probably say here that region Central Asia should be more unified to eliminate barriers. There are, of course, objective reasons for protectionism to thrive here. But if we look at the real businesses, what we see in Central Asian countries, we see that, yes, of course, it would be great for the companies to have a major market potential rather than restricted by their geographies. Then they will be more attractive for international investors with growth points. But here, some will and understanding is requirement from all countries to somehow agree and to somehow reach understanding. Yes, probably there will be voices against, but also there will be voices for it, with national champions to create growth points, and it will be attractive for both foreign and local domestic investments. I hope we will see more unified in economic terms region, and then it will be quite interesting, and that will be attractive for all countries. Yes, it's great that you mentioned attracting the whole world towards our region. And from KPMG side, we are auditors and we audit a lot of companies. We understand the internal economic perspective, but thank you for sharing these insights, our distinguished speakers. I think that participants here in this audience understood what's going on with the economy of Kazakhstan. There are short-term goals, but quite challenging as inflation, that we should be tackling it, making it one digit, not two digits. And in terms of reforms, at some places we should be more proactive and to keep a very strong position from the government's perspective, from major sector players participating in these reforms. We've heard that foreign investments are needed. We need the growth bonds to build them and to attract foreign investments. And when Fitch is saying, let's do something big for the whole world to come here. That's why we are here today. Just to summarizing, Kazakhstani economy now in 2026, everything is going well. Yes, of course, there are a lot of questions, there are a lot of things to address. From my side, again, dear speakers, thank you very much for very precise and very interesting presentations. I would like to thank AFC and for such a great organization. Thank you for hosting such great platform where we can have interesting discussions and share our visions. And all of you going back to your companies will understand what are the small things to improve the economy of Kazakhstan. From my side, I would like to wish you a great Friday. Today is Friday indeed, and this evening we will have, I believe, good night. Weekends are ahead of us. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much for joining our panel session. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые участники, панель «Интеллект как движущая сила цифровой трансформации бизнеса» скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, бизнестің цифрлық трансформациясындағы жасанды интеллекттің рөлі атты панельдік пікірталасымыз жақын арада басталады. Өз орындарыңызда алуларыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, the panel session on AI is the driving force of business digital transformation will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу сессию.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our session. AI is a driving force of business digital transformation. I would like to thank our partners, Freedom Broker, Casminerals, and ITS for their continuous support of our forum. As you know, we are living in the age when AI is not just a technology tool, it's quite a hot topic, widely discussed. I use ChatGPT and other technology solutions, AI-based solutions, but it's a very big question. On the one hand, in order to wide expansion of AI, we need the legislation to regulate this sphere. On the other hand, it should ensure space for innovation. We need interesting and practical cases, and we brought together such an interesting panel when we put together people from legislation, from facilitators. There are also startups working directly in this area. Therefore, let me introduce our panelists. Maksat Koshumbayev, Regional Manager, Pre-Site in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Telektis Adambekov, Deputy of the Majlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan of AIDS Convocation. Renat Tukanov, Chief Technology Officer in Freedom Holding. And Iskandar Shodiev, Regional Director for ZIPL. A very well-known project, and myself, Aslan Sultanov, founding partner and CEO of the White Hill Capital. First of all, let's start with Maksat. Maksat, you're a newsmaker, a supercomputer you brought. You made a JV with Samruk Kazana. Just recently you started the Smart City project. So, Maksat, United Arab Emirates are the leaders in AI globally, and what's the precise contribution into that? Well, Aslan, thank you very much for such warm words and introduction. Well, basically, as you mentioned, we are implementing big initiatives in Kazakhstan. I will elaborate a bit more about that later. As for the UAE, there are two centers of AI development. Those are the China and United States, but still we keep hearing that UAE are also part of this initiative and developing it not only locally but also globally. And here, I believe the first factor was that they started doing it even before the hype for the AI, and they were ready when the widespread started. And all the legislation, the whole strategy, and the top management in the country, they prioritize AI. Therefore, they were the first to have a ministry on AI. They have university focused on AI with a master's degree in AI. And they were forced to invest a lot in infrastructure. They opened big hyperscalers with supercomputers, and they opened up for the international partnership. They became partners with Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA, and other big players. And even in our company, the stakeholder is Microsoft, and they invested 1.5 billion USD into G42 and became part of the BOD of the company. Therefore, it's not only about partnerships, it's becoming major stakeholders and the big techs. And the decision-making speed is very quick. From the idea to implementation is a very short time, speed of adjusting and adaptation of these new solutions. Maksat, the question is, a lot of people are prioritizing long-term decisions, but what is the long-term for the 10 to 15 years? What about the long-term strategy of your company? As a long-term strategy, as I mentioned, building partnerships, enhancing them, continue investments into infrastructure, building big data centers. G42 recently in the news, G42, OpenAI, and NVIDIA together announced Target project. It's a data center of 5 gigawatt with 1 million chips from NVIDIA. Massive scale. They keep investing into infrastructure, and considering the high level of the AI development and the solutions in AI, they are focusing on exporting the solutions globally. And a good example is Kazakhstan, where we came with tested solutions in UAE and other countries. We're coming, and it's not a pilot. We are already offering solutions which have been successfully implemented before, where measurable impacts can be obtained. Economic, for example, or smart city. This platform to manage cities will be speeding up the reaction of the emergency services. It's not measured in money, in monetary wise, but it will be performance, and citizens will feel it. And what about the pre-site initiatives in Kazakhstan? What kind of a role will Kazakhstan play globally in AI arena? Well, when I answered the first question, where we've started and what was approaches used by UAE. Well, Kazakhstan is doing the same things. The head of state is prioritizing it, making it one of the priorities for the development of economy. Legislation is coming up. There is a concept of AI development in the country, and Kazakhstan, well, I believe it's quite ready for the development and application of AI because there are experts and there are a lot of startups, IT companies starting to export their products and services. Infrastructure supercomputer initiative together with the Ministry of Digital Development is being implemented as well. So therefore, all this prerequisite of the scaling up of AI is already at place. And as we've been saying, we see huge potential with the local human capital. We have our R&D center here with the local people working on the projects abroad, not only in Kazakhstan. We have partnerships with Zippel Acceleration, people being trained in UAE, for example. That's how we support startups. That's great. It's great that you do a lot for the system, for this area. It's very important for such corporations to come to Kazakhstan. There should be legislation. Therefore, the question is to you. What are the initiatives putting such focus on AI development in Kazakhstan? Well, greetings. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Before elaborating on AI, I should mention that we should look at AI development in the country-wide scale. And one part is the AI for the overall strategy of development. Having my background in IT, I working on IT related issues in Parliament. One is infrastructure development, satellite internet, landline, And this is also about developing digitalization, and one of the areas is the AI. We had several laws in our parliament. The huge one was on digital assets. In AFC, there is an ecosystem for issuing licenses, a sandbox. And that's what we are trying to apply to AI as well. When we looked at the AI, we understood that legislatively it has to be regulated. We are not running ahead of ourselves and our time. We looked at the global benchmarkings, at the European Act. It's quite rigid. We are not trying to be very rigid at once. We are trying to be more flexible and agile, as there was a first reading in May of the law, and we are expecting the second reading, and we will be working on the issues to be addressed, pending issues, very simply from the definitions and going to the licensing, some limitations and some restrictions. And that's, for example, from the risk management of AI, who is the owner, training, capacity building, responsible application and use, deep synthesis. We are trying just to restrict the products which are the products of the deep synthesis in order to make it safer for people. As for DeepSeek products, they are very useful, but there are a lot of trends when fraudulent activities are using the DeepSeek for audio and video coding. And in order to protect people, we are trying to develop a framework for people who are working in startups, who want to develop their businesses and that, who want to develop their products and AI. This will be just a framework where there are restrictions, there are definitions, but there are no rigid and very strict restrictions. In order for the business to leave the space for businesses, I know that having business background, government should be working on infrastructure development, and the government is not a good manager in business area. Therefore, the key priority for the government and parliament to ensure proper laws and infrastructure for the development, for local companies, big corporations to evolve and not to feel any kind of discrimination. Yes, from your words, I believe you were able to identify a good balance between legislation and keeping the space for creative infrastructures. But what can also boost for the sector development, some kind of measures to be linked between government, incubators, and the sector? Well, it's a good question. Having my degree from abroad, I know that universities are flagments, the oases for ideas generation, and also being the person who knows about business and infrastructure should be as follows in Kazakhstan. It should be a link between government, people, R&D, and academia. When we looked at this legislation, we involved many communities, people who are working in this area, who know this area, but the key focus was on young people who were also young people, but they speak the same language with AI, being the graduate of the alumnus of the university. Nazarbayev University, we're trying to build a bridge between university and parliament to establish a think tank for the analysis to happen not only in associations or communities, but for the students to also share some benchmarks and feedback with us. This legislation is not an exception. There are a lot of discussions going on. There are a lot of disputes even among the MPs, members of parliament. There are a lot of people who know about digitalization, and when three IT experts meet together, it's a big discussion, and I believe this law will address a lot of questions from the community, from the society, and from the businesses. Well, we discussed it with a representative of international companies. This is investor and strategic partner. There are also questions about the legislation. Now I would like to pass the floor to Renat. It would be great to hear your perspective about the practical initiatives. You have a lot of companies and startups. You are integrating services. And Renat, what is the AI role in building the digital ecosystem you are currently trying to build? Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this AFC platform. As always, organization is splendid. Freedom, yes, became a big player when we referred to Freedom. Before that, it was 2 to 3 companies. Now it's more than 25 businesses. And the key challenge in our case is how to manage that. As not to over-regulate, overburden, but to keep the space for innovation. We have similar approach as the government. First of all, we don't have any rigid regulations for new initiatives. AI, this is something which can be called it. Of course, we all believe that we have to use it. We have to learn it. It's not like running all the late all the time by an employee, and the employee asks, "Why is that happening? I left home too late. Why haven't you left earlier? Because it was too late to leave earlier." So, and not to find ourselves in a similar situation, and supporting what Maksat said about infrastructure. Well, when we see all of that, this is a huge work on infrastructure component. Electricity, for example, it's 600 megawatt consumption, and annually it is growing. And the background ongoing work, for example, citizens do not see cities are looking for resources for more electricity, and that's happening similarly because we are building infrastructure and then we centralize it, just because it is about the costs, it is about the data which can be linked outside of the company, and it's infrastructure, and B, about innovations. How innovations happen? We are not too prudent or too restrictive, even for the banking solutions. And as a result, even if there are resources, time, and money, it's not guaranteed that the result will be achieved by even the most talented team. It's also about internal interaction with our stakeholders, external collaborators, and our regulators. In practice, it is about enabling conditions for people not to think about where to find resources. GPU is not a classic one, but it's CPU. For these resources just to be made available. Number 2, cultivate innovations. When it's about cultivating, there should be support from the top management. This is a standard thesis which has been always mentioned, but when there is no support from the top, all employee is creating just what they want to, they need to use. Another important part is the culture. Culture, people who can't Google or cannot draft technical terms of reference. It's about developing this culture for people to build their capacity to write prompts. Because the prompt reading is another art and skill, because they have personal assistant and to get the routine away from their lives. And it's just about speeding up what we can do to go through big bulk of documents and to write faster. Cybersecurity and the risks with AI, again, about training models, it's another important thing. Well, if we train models on in-frame data sets, we will get models to discriminate some of the people. Renat, the question is it just internal innovations, or are you open for external startups and solutions? Because as a venture fund, we always have interesting solutions coming our way sometimes. How open are you to attract somebody from externally and to look at the interesting solutions? Yes, that's what we actually do with, we use Copilot of Microsoft, for example, but its adoption it takes some time. People think that Copilot is like ChatGPT, but yes, but no. The key advantage is that it stays internally. We look externally, of course. Freedom is not a classic venture. But we were never a classic one, actually. Everything invested in the startups was actually internalized. We don't go out, we internalize everything. Well, we also look at different solutions. But once more, since we have the identification with a number of companies, if we centralize everything and we do one and we make one big IT company, we would be lacking something like speed of innovations or innovations, because it's about compromising. But it's very difficult to manage the scale, but still you get a lot of initiatives, more than 80, for example. It is more than 80 for the moment being. Yes, some of them will fail, of course. But if you have great ideas and great MVPs, we will be very glad to see you. But any internal solutions from the group, but which can be applied somewhere else in other sectors, well, we customize them. What's a good thing about ChatGPT? It's universal. It's a universal model. And it had investments of a lot of billions, but we cannot do the same yet. But it's not plug and play. Models have to be trained. It's about learning, and if we even put these models into other sectors, it's about being trained on the applicable data sets for this specific sector. It's not that a copy-paste. Or otherwise it might be quite irresponsible, and there are some risks associated with such behavior. Thank you very much, Renat. The question to Iskandar, we will have Q&A session. Please be ready. And last but not least, Iskandar. Iskandar is a representative of the startup community, one of the leading startups in the region. Iskandar, if you can elaborate on your challenges, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself? How do you work in this ecosystem, especially with the banks? And thank you very much, Aslan. Greetings. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this platform. Just briefly about our company. Zipple is the developer of AI solutions for risk management for the financial sector. The idea itself was born in Stanford University, but now we are a Dubai-based company. We are residents of the Dubai International Financial Center. And very important to mention that in 2025, we became the best AI startup at the Digital Bridge. And that was something we received as an honor from the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Currently, our solutions are used by more than 60 financial institutions, 20 markets, Middle East, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and United States. And with the use of our products, the credit portfolio is around 400 million USD, and our key algorithm is SIGON. This is the patented technology of generation of synthetic data used by banks to build validation of sustainable models with good prediction capacities. Our key partners are Qatar National Bank, Finca Global, Microcapital, and some other big banks in Central Asian region. Well, just briefly about our company. And if there are any questions, yes, I have a major question. When you sell your solutions, with your major clients are the banks. You have one of the leading banks representative sitting next to you. What are the leading challenges you face while trying to sell your product? Well, good question. Just to highlight one of the major factors, this is data quality. You need to understand that before going into the implementation of the AI solutions, You need to have a good data set which can be standardized, cleaned up, and processed. And banks can be facing such situations. And basically, in our partnership, we also provide consulting services on data validation. That's what we are actively practicing. And the second barrier, it is absence or lack of historic data for building good models. And if we are referring to the Kazakhstani market, where the SME lending is quite developed, there is a sufficient amount of data. But for other regions where retail lending is prevailing, the retail banks are focusing on SMEs lending, where the historic data is missing. And here we are. Our algorithm Zigan is of a benefit. It can create a synthetic data set where the models can be sustainable for decision making. And the third barrier is
also an important one. And right now, a lot of classical or traditional banks that are used to working with old systems, before moving on to the new systems, they need to see the value of these new solutions. And that is why we actively suggest to our partners to do the proof of concept. So we pilot the model, we show how it works, we look at the historic data of the bank, we build the model, then we give it to the partners, and then they can validate this data, and at the end they can just check this data of their existing model and the new model we're suggesting, and they will see the difference. And often we look at ESG and Gini. Thank you, Skander. I would like to go back to Maksat. Maksat, you mentioned that you not only cover Kazakhstan but the region. Could you comment on what type of initiatives we have in the region? So maybe neighbors, Tajikistan, other countries. You probably see the whole region. Right, thank you, Aslan. We know that White Hill Capital is also actively working not only in Kazakhstan but in the region as a whole. As I said, Kazakhstani office is positioned as a regional one, and we hope that expansion into the region comes from Kazakhstan using our local staff, our experts, and Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan has a strong interest in AI. Everybody is trying to make it one of the main goals for the development, for the sustainable development of economy. So we see great interest in that. And just a couple of months ago, we signed an agreement with the Ministry of Digitalization of Tajikistan. We will be working on data center creation there, and we also discuss with Dushanbe Mayor's office the project of Smart City. And if we look at Tajikistan, we see there is a great demand for the introduction of AI technologies. And we can also see that international development institutes are ready to finance those. And so developing countries are interested in attracting large international partners for implementation of such projects. And international institutes are ready to finance that. So this is just the right circumstances. Could you tell us more about Zipl project that participate in your accelerator? What are the benefits from participating in this accelerator? I think that would be quite interesting to hear as well. Unfortunately, I'm not ready to respond which countries are represented by the companies. I just know the companies. I don't know where they come from. I know that Zipl is one of the participants. And one of the characteristics of this accelerator is that it is done with the group of other big players. Microsoft, big AI, they are all the players of this accelerator. They all work on that, and the goal is that based on the results of this accelerator, the companies will receive commercial contracts with state bodies, quasi-state companies, or private sector. So they will be taught how to commercialize, and they will also work with the Middle Eastern companies and other regions. A lot of startups are quite mature. They work in the region, they have investors, while at the same time they also need access to the big markets. And Accelerator will help them with that. Well, with that, I exhausted my question. Now maybe we can give the floor to the audience, whether there are any questions there. Renata, I have a question to you. Do you have AI governance in your holding? Is it a separate concept within your holding? And what are the standards that you use when you do a regulating of AI? Thank you. Thank you for a good question. Whenever you start something, of course, it's important to have very clear rules of what you can and cannot do. And of course, there is a basic principle of do good, don't do bad, but there is more to that than that. We also have a group that does compliance and works with various international standards. And of course, we also looked at European experience, but at the same time, we should say that in Europe, they want to use it for other purposes as well, such as have some maybe hidden surveillance over people, do face ID, and all of that is prohibited. So what we're saying is, you cannot just transmit data to ChatGPT, Quantum, and all the other AI tools. You cannot leave the holding contour, and of course, if there is data that needs to be transmitted, it should be anonymous, and we need to make sure that it could be deciphered back, and make sure that we have all the right keys and passwords. So we do work on that. It is a big and comprehensive work that is done across the whole system, and it's not easy to just have everybody's agreement on, again, what you can and cannot do right now. But the system is evolving, and maybe last year you could do something, this year you cannot do that anymore. So we pay great attention to that, and of course, cybersecurity is our priority. Thank you. Any more questions? My name is Rekanat, Trust Company. I have a question to Telektes. How do you plan to introduce AI in state bodies? And another question, how do you plan on controlling its use and make sure there are no data leakages? Maybe personal data, contracts, decrees, etc. So I'm not going to lie, I'll just share some figures with you. It's not a secret that, unfortunately, in many state bodies have no internal integration. The system was established over the last 30 years, and maybe some new IT system comes and says, no, you need a new system, and you don't need all the other systems, so they add something new, and the budget is allocated for that. But then comes a new person, and all starts over again. And again, it is all due to the fact that state bodies are not integrated with one another, and this is what we should be working on. We need to make sure that emails are integrated and AI introduction to a state body is planned, but we do not want to rush. We want to make sure we do it the right way because it will affect our citizens directly. And as for information security, you might have heard in the news that some website was hacked and there was data leakage. And of course, we will have a department working on cybersecurity. So cybersecurity will be our highest priority. In the state bodies, we have full digitalization, and great attention is paid to the cybersecurity. And it's relevant not only in Kazakhstan, but all over the world, because data leakage happens everywhere across the world. And I believe that this is a big area in which the state and state bodies need to work on together, because this will still be even more relevant in the future, and all the countries will face this issue. As my colleague just said, those who will have great IT and great cybersecurity, that country will be the winner and will be able to implement its digital programs, including AI. Thank you. I do believe it's a great niche for the venture capital as well. Not many focus on cybersecurity. Thank you. There was another question. Aslan, thank you. I have a general question. Yesterday at the opening session, Brett King talked about a story pertaining to quantum machines and quantum computing. So here's my question. Do you have projects in this area, or do you plan to have any projects in this area? Thank you. Thank you for your question. As far as I know, the answer to your question is no. Brett King is a futurologist, so I don't know his timeline, maybe many decades, but we know that chips are getting more and more powerful, and the issue of access to electricity will be ever more relevant. And there are some new computers that are even more powerful than ever before, but again, you would need a lot of electricity. But we heard the presentation about the chips that will need 300 kilowatt per hour. And once it's out there, of course, data centers should be ready for that. And companies such as Freedom, they say, you should build a big data center, make sure you have a lot of electricity, and maybe the next stage of such huge chips is exactly about quantum computing. But we will also need to look at the economic side of it all. We need to see whether these chips have any advantages. So this is still an open issue. I would like to support this statement. There was a research by the author why some countries fail and some don't, by Daron Acemoglu. And he says that the effect of these powerful chips will not be as we expected. So 20-25%, and of those, only 5% will give real advantages, whereas the cost will be significant. 60 kilowatt is a lot. You know, all the capacity that was used for this reason previously was 5 to 10. That even if you were to modernize all this power plants, it would cost a lot. You cannot just add more. You need to generate more. And I know that the Kibas-2's power plant generates most of electricity. And so here we have a big question, because if you get all the technical requirements for electricity, it's not so easy in Astana or other regions. So this is something that we will need to work on. And again, it remains an open question. Thank you, Renat. Do we have any more questions? No more questions. Oh, here we have quantum computers. Actually, this is a very interesting topic. Not very clear yet, similar to other technologies. I think we reached 50 cubic meters, but you need 100 times more than that. So for now, the hypothesis is that quantum encoding will be the best of the best, but right now it costs a lot to work on that, and it might need collective efforts. Maybe we need to focus on R&D of this. Right now, just physics. We will have the last question. May I? So just to follow up regarding the form of participation, state, business, society, I would like to draw our attention to the draft law that needs to include the PPP model. This is the only model I think Presai has experience in implementing this project. And at the same time, we need to return the terminology of PPP into legislation, because some conservative members of parliament only kept the terminology of infrastructure, even though the International Association of PPP included one of the elements of PPP, being services. And with the development of AI, I think it will be ever more relevant. So please keep in mind this suggestion on behalf of our association. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen. With that, we finish our session. I hope that we were able to look at this question from different prisms, from different angles. And we have international corporations that are already present in Kazakhstan. I was quite happy with to hear about legislation. Lektes talked about it, and banks. So this is a relevant topic. I think it penetrates all the areas of our life. We're still going to be here if you want to talk to any one of us. I would like to thank the speakers. We had a great session. Thank you all. And it's lunchtime. Thank you.
It's an honor to join you this morning to mark this important milestone for Astana.
Есіңізде біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізден бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
Сегодня ERG – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса Казахстана. Мы единственный производитель алюминия высоких марок в стране. ERG – мировой лидер в производстве феррохрома. ERG – это крупный железнодорожный оператор в Центральной Азии. Мы одни из ключевых поставщиков электроэнергии в Казахстане. Это один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды в Евразийском регионе. ERG инвестировала в развитие и модернизацию предприятий в Казахстане более 14 миллиардов долларов. ERG направила на социальные проекты более 1 миллиарда долларов. ERG – работодатель для более чем 60 тысяч человек. ERG – это более 3,5 триллионов тенге налогов.
Уважаемые участники, панельная дискуссия «Перспективы локальных ETF в Казахстане. Новый виток развития фондового рынка» скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, Қазақстандағы жергілікті ETF перспективалары, қор нарығы дамуының жаңа кезеңі панельдік пікірталасы жақын арада басталады. Өз орындарыңызды алуларыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, the panel session on developing local ETFs in Kazakhstan, opportunities for market expansion, will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
өндірушіміз. ERG феррохром өндірісіндегі әлемдік көшбасшы. ERG орталық Азиядағы ірі темір жол операторы. Біз Қазақстандағы электр энергиясын жеткізуші негізгі компаниялардың біріміз. Бұл Еуразиядағы ірі темір рудасын жеткізуші. ERG Қазақстандағы кәсіпорындарды дамыту мен жаңғыртуға 14 миллиард доллардан астам инвестиция құйды. ERG әлеуметтік жобаларға 1 миллиард доллардан астам қаражат бағыттаған. ERG 60 мыңнан астам адамды жұмыспен қамтып отыр. ERG 30 жыл ішінде Қазақстан бюджетіне 3,5 триллион теңгеден астам салық аударымдары және елдің жалпы ішкі өнімнің 2,5%-дан астамы. Eurasian Resources Group өзіміз айналысатын істе үздік болу, өз құндылықтарымызға адал бола отырып, әлеммен бірге даму, жер мен адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты аша отырып, бізге сенім артқандардың гүлденуін қамтамасыз ету.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Today we're going to talk about the prospects of stock exchange. My name is Evgenia Bogdanova, I'm CEO of AFSA, and today I have a panel of experts, Maxim Kabanov, Chief Business Officer, Kanat Invest Limited, Yerzhan Musin, CEO, Fonte Capital, Alexey Panyushkin, Alexander Dikovsky, Managing Director, ITS, and Alexey Panyushkin, Director of Business Development, Abalai Global Solutions. Every year, Stock Exchange carries out its own panel session dedicated to the market, stocks and bonds. This year, for the first time, we have a panel dedicated to ETF. That speaks to the growing interest to this market and to the fact that stock exchange instruments are becoming more and more numerous. Right now in Kazakhstan, at all the platforms are jointly about 300 ETFs are being traded, foreign ETFs. They're all cross-listed with international platforms, and we already have 4 local ETFs. And going ahead of myself, I will say that today we will announce about the 5th ETF, but this will happen after our session. So going back to our topic. Stock exchange markets are similar to the share markets because they all invest into the same market. But ETF is traded as a simple share. My first question to Maxim. What are the advantages that you see, advantages and the risk related to investing ETF in comparison to the direct investment into shares and bonds? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Evgenia, thank you so much for this invitation to the panel discussion. Going back to your question regarding the advantages and disadvantages or risks, first of all, let's talk about risks. And right now, I see risks such as infrastructure, risk related to management, to the right distribution, related to ETF policy and the mandate, making sure that the company is in line with that. So the right strategy that needs to be chosen. And I remember there was this case in the world history when we had COVID. There was one great ETF in US, WTI for oil. Nobody really asked themselves how can the managing company invest in that. And back then, of course, it was an extraordinary situation at the market when oil prices dropped down. That also happens, actually. So this ETF basically broke down, and it stopped reflecting the dynamics like it was supposed to. WTI dynamic of oil in US. So these risks exist, and unfortunately, you cannot move away from those risks completely because new risks will appear. Most importantly is the infrastructure-related risks, management company risks, so those who manage these ETFs. But if you can manage something, that's great. Then the advantage for the investors is that they can freely invest into the assets that otherwise are hard to buy, maybe in different regions or different securities. If it's a mix of securities, for retail investors, it's a great advantage. When you have a small amount, you can invest in the whole mix. And basically, you can't afford it otherwise. So it's a great diversification tool. This enables one to build their portfolio properly and manage their capital properly. This is definitely an advantage and a great help to investors. Thank you, Maxim. Yerzhan, we know that stock exchange allow us to invest into shares, bond, and into other categories. We know recently a public ETF for Bitcoin was issued. This is the first tool on our market. Can you tell us more about this issuance, and what conclusions can we draw from that? Thank you very much, Evgenia. It's great to speak on such an interesting topic, and even greater that 2 weeks ago we finalized the launch of our first ETF for Bitcoin. And actually, the path towards registration was not an easy one, and I think it took us about half a year. So from the very beginning to the very end, we quite actively participated all the issues. What is ETF for Bitcoin? It seems that it's just some simple product, but it links two markets. Our traditional financial market, stock exchange market, with the emerging, in the last 10 years, market of digital assets. And basically, building bridges between these markets is exactly the goal that we pursue, and it's not an easy one. We had this general idea to do so, and thanks to our colleagues, our partners, and that we worked with jointly, we discussed all the details, settlement, storage, and we had great fruitful work with AIX, with regulator, and it is thanks to all of us that we were able to launch this product. And actually, it exceeded all our expectations. We analyzed it, and if we look at the foreign mass media, we see that there were many publications. We actually didn't even haven't heard about this mass media previously, and it's great that a new audience learned about this news. So about 50 million people heard about us. So definitely, this was a very symbolic moment for us and for AIFC. I believe that this is a new driver of growth, and we will definitely do our best to make more of such products. Generally, I believe the project was successful, and we're now actively working with various market makers, and we want to expand the volume to make sure that this product is accessible to the national investors, make sure they can buy a bigger amount of ETF for Bitcoin, and we also actively working on various conditions for service providers of this market, and I believe that in the nearest future we will see new products. And so, generally speaking, I think everything went well and will even be better in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Alexander. ITA started this year with the first Islamic Sharia ETF in Central Asia and Caucasus. This is not only the first local ETF, which is in line with Sharia principles, but it is also oriented at a wide range of investors with an accessible entry point. So before launching, you believe that about 1 million investors will be able to buy this instrument. Were your expectations met? Thank you for such a compliment towards our fund. We are very much satisfied with the development of FTSS fund. Just over half a year, it brought over 13% of growth, and I believe this figure speaks for itself. It is a diversified fund, and it includes the largest companies in the world. So the quality of this fund brings no doubts. Investors are very numerous. They are both Muslim and non-Muslim, and since January this year they were able to use it. As for our hopes and expectations for 1 million, they remain relevant, and it is actually just a minimum threshold that we're hoping to achieve. At the same time, we understand that in order for us to reach this number, we all have a lot of work to do. We need to train our investors, we need to educate them, and we need to further develop this ETF, and we need to make sure that investors trust us. And we also need to promote this instrument abroad. We had an agreement with Zakiyat. We're working very actively with the Muslim investors and Muslim community. We explained what this ETF is, how it works, what it means, and we have a Brazilian company, IPS Capital, has highly qualified Sharia council consisting of a mufti with international experience. They help us greatly when it comes to investors' education, raising awareness, and explaining how this fund should work. We, as a platform, probably should do more when it comes to education and awareness raising. As for international expansion, this is another important aspect. Within AFD, we had ITS Ideas Conference on the 3rd of September. Many brokers from Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and many other Muslim countries were quite interested in this tool, and they work on coming to our platform and using this tool for their own investors, because in these countries there is a huge amount of people who are interested in investments that fully comply Islam norms. That's it. Thank you very much. Alexei, in your case, Ablai Global Solutions is mainly focused on professional investors with capital of $200,000 and more. Who are your main clients, and what is the weighted amount of Kazakhstani investments who can afford that? Thank you, Evgenia, for your question, and thank you for the invitation. It's true that our company focuses more on large investors, private investors, as well as institutional ones. And actually, entry point is not even 200,000, but more 500,000, but that's not the point. We usually work with products for cloud investors, with non-stock exchange tools. And actually, we recently carried out a study of the Kazakhstani market, and according to the UBS data, as of today, about 50,000 wealthy investors are dollar millionaires in Kazakhstan. And UBS assesses Kazakhstani market when it comes to the number of wealthy people as one of the fast-growing countries for the next 3 to 5 years. And actually, we all understand that penetration of financial assets is quite low if we set aside these large investors. We do understand that there is real estate, there are many deposits, or since the financial literacy is still developing, financial investments, financial assets are not as developed. So ETFs is one of the key segments of the market that allow us to develop the culture of investment portfolio among private investors or retail investors. So a couple more words about the market, ETF market, how it could be further developed. It's important to have some fundamental factors that help local market to develop. And we can have Europe as an example. Maybe not everybody knows, but European retail investors cannot just buy BlackRock ETF. And since there is regulation in Europe that requires that those funds that are sold to the European investors need to comply with certain regulations. And BlackRock, for example, has funds that are specifically issued in Europe for European investors. These are the factors of regulation that enable local market to further develop. Another example in Russia. So there was a boom of the stock exchange, and it all started with the foreign funds. Why was it developed? Well, it's because retail investor could not really buy foreign shares of BlackRock. And that enabled the market to greatly develop. And I believe that the regulator needs to understand what is going to be the driver for the local ETF market development. This is not a simple path we need to understand, but we need to walk that path if we want to mature the market. But this is something for you to think. So that's that. Quite a challenge. But we see that the trend is already there. Thank you so much. I believe that with your help, we'll be able to understand where are those areas of focus. So continuing this topic, for retail, not all the areas are possible, and sometimes the entry point is very high. And Alexei talked about the precursors that are needed. What, in your view, we need for the investment funds? And how, in your view, will retail ETF market develop in Kazakhstan in the next 5 to 10 years? And that is a very interesting question. Actually, I believe that our market and retail market is developing. And even if we look at what we discussed, we have annual conference, Astana Finance Days. Now attracts more people. And as for ETFs, why professional investors and not so much the retail? This is an evolutionary process. This is something that is maybe new to the market, and they need to test the infrastructure, they need to test everything. And these are the professional investors that understand the product, they understand the risks, they understand the consequences, but as well as advantages and disadvantages. And retail investor is less protected, and they understand less as far as investments are concerned. This is, let's say, an additional or complementary part of their activity. They cannot constantly follow the market, etc. So retail investors and NAFSA is stricter to retail investors with more disclosure than the professional ones. This is a normal evolutionary process where professional investors fine-tune the product, they remove all the obstacles, and then retail investors will come and be a part of that market.
This product will be crystallized and will be more appropriate, but it's not one of the factors. Financial literacy, as colleagues mentioned as well, this is one of the key aspects now. Step by step, it's growing in the country. There are a lot of activities, Telegram channels, a lot of capacity building, improving the financial literacy of the population. For the investor, for the private investors to understand that eggs should not be, all the eggs should not be put into one basket, it should be diversified. It's not about running after higher profits only or high yield, that there might be significant losses. And it's about more comprehensive assessment of all the products. If we look from the other hand, managing companies, for them, ETF products for private investors, this is a more complicated part, more cost-intensive. All these managing companies, we come into this business also to make money. And in order to create a product for private investors, it requires a lot of costs in order to establish it, in order to maintain it, and in order to make it profitable. It should be big. It should be a big product in terms of its volume to cover all the costs, and for managing company to make it profitable. This process is evolving. Yes, probably it's not moving as quick as we would like it to, but if we look historically, the market is now completely different compared to 4 years ago. We are seeing a lot more private investors. Professional investors are like experienced piloters, and then private investors pick up, follow their lead, and help them to own this product, to keep developing it, and to make it liquid. Now, okay, thank you very much, Yerzhan. Going back to the question of investing into Kazakhstani assets, because we would like to see to discuss development of the local market, and even if ETF you issued is local, even though it is Bitcoin link, which is not directly associated with Kazakhstan. But have you ever thought about ETF linked to Kazakhstani assets, and what is required to put together good fund of Kazakhstani assets? Thank you very much, Eugene. And just to say that Bitcoin has no nationality, and then why not? Kazakhstan might be one of the major jurisdictions of this asset. As for the Kazakhstani ETF, well, basically this is my dream. I want to create an ETF for Kazakhstani assets. I want to see it being traded with immense volumes. I would like it to reflect the condition and to be an indicator of the existing capital market. This is a dream. And of course, in order to achieve it, it requires some consistency. It requires a lot of steps. And not only for us as the participants of the financial system of Kazakhstan, but to all stakeholders as well, institutional investors, be it our insurance companies, pension funds, where now, as I see it, the share they are investing into this market is not significant. This is increasing capitalization of our local companies, but definitely such fund has its demand, and I believe we will see it pretty soon. And just recently I looked at the CASA index dynamics. In 3 years it tripled. And if our investors would be just putting money into the local companies, their portfolio in 3 years would be also tripled. Threefold growth is indicating that we should be looking at our domestic assets because fundamentally they are undervalued. And basically, we are looking at some foreign capabilities, looking some liquid assets represented by Apple, Google, or Amazon. When just next to us, we have sitting assets which can be growing quite quickly and quite profoundly. Being the fund of capital, we will definitely be establishing one. We will try to develop it and evolve it, and I really hope that such product will be popular among our population, and it will be such an indicator of our economy to give access to foreign investors to come to Kazakhstan. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a quite motivating speech. I think all the people will start investing at once after this session. There are 2 national indices. AIX also has its own index. And please, yes, pay attention to the national index. It's like a product placement. And Alexander, ETF ITS World product. It comprises the key Kazakhstani issuers into the global shares. But who will be more interested in this product? To foreign or local investors? And continuing the topic of unique assets of Kazakhstan overall, in your opinion, what kind of asset might be of interest for foreign investor here in Kazakhstan? Well, probably I was the first person who approached AFSA, our respected regulator, with an idea to establish ETFs at AFC. And the first fund, the first index fund, ITSW, was launched in November 2024, and it brought more than 20% to the investors in USD denomination due to its diversification. And what Maxim said, that initially we have bigger players, experienced guys, institutional investors, and then private investors will follow. We also observed that with our fund, even though it's not around for a very long time, with 5 million investments, they already have a profit of 1 million, and that's quite a good result. And private investors are also coming in, and with the Fund 1 and India single stocks, we launched with the retail stories, which are initially prioritizing retailer investors. The entrance is 10 USD. And there's also 1 million users. Currently we have thousands of them, but the numbers are growing quickly. When we constructed this fund of ETSW, the plan was it is diversified in terms of the regions, and it gives good result where there are trade wars this year, and there were major concerns about that. We also were quite concerned. United States went down with a higher speed, was decreasing. Asian part was behaving more conservatively in terms of the decreasing rates, and that was an enabler to ensure better balance and to protect retail investors. And as I mentioned initially, we wanted to see there, since it's a fund which is evolving on AFC and in Kazakhstan. We wanted to see biggest Kazakhstani issuers. We have KMG and Kaspi share there. They're acting quite beautifully, because one of the indicators is about liquidity, and for Kazakhstani securities are not very easy to access, and it takes us 3 months for all the verifications and adjustments, and it's a very big headache for our treasury experts. I think that it is going to take a lot of effort for Kazakhstan issuers to trust the local market, to go to the local platforms, not to go to London, because investors who open a lot of accounts for IPO and so on, for them to also buy from the companies they love, they know, and the products they are using, and they are aware of. For the products which might be of interest for the foreign investors, I believe that we are at the AFC territory that was initially created to have a seamless path for foreign investors to invest into the global and local securities and make such investment. That's the path we are following. We have different market participants from different jurisdictions, and of course we would expect from the regulator a lesser burden, to somehow decrease the burden on the brokers who are coming, who should get all these legal opinions for their licenses to be accepted. I think we can give a thought on how to simplify that for more foreign investors to come into the local securities. Well, we refer to the 5 funds, but how to calculate is another thing, because just on September 30 we launched 7 sub-funds, 7 single stocks, which are also launched for the retail investors. Those are mostly global securities, but KZASING, this is a local security which is third here, which is being traded here. And if it's done properly, and for our colleagues who are working on their funds, and we're also working with that, if these interests are of interest for the investors and they are done with a good quality at the AFC platform, we will see foreign investors coming into our jurisdiction. Alexander, thank you very much. I wasn't able to calculate all your single stocks. Apologies. I've heard your constructive feedback about brokers. We have huge plans. Okay, that is very pleasing to hear. Alexei, the question is about the liquidity of our domestic market, whether we have sufficient volumes, including ETF. What are the factors to define liquidity of ETFs? And what are the recommendations you can share to the investors in order to assess liquidity before buying ETF? And how much Kazakhstani market is liquid now? Yes, of course. Liquidity of a separate ETF is defined by multiple factors. As this is about liquidity of the base assets in where the ETF invests. This is also the simplicity and the speed of the operations, volume of the fund. It is also about the number of the market makers, spreads they can support, hedging, risks of the market makers. There are a lot of factors, and what investors can see with their own eyes, those first of all spreads, and the volume of trading, and the volume of the fund itself. But all of this are the factors of the structure of the fund and liquidity of the assets in the fund. What is important here, in order to ensure Well, at the end of the day, what are the investors' interest? Guarantee of the transaction with a fair price. For that, ETFs are bought if the space assets are bought separately into the basket. And ETFs are very highly technological products where in the process of operations many agents are involved: managing company, stock exchange, market maker, registrar. And in order to ensure this guarantee, the process of integration between all the participants should be working almost online. Even going to the calculation of prices, how often and what are the requirements from the regulator in terms of the calculation of the prices. In some cases it might be 15 minutes. In other cases it's once per hour. But in theory, it can be done that the price of ETF at the same second or minute should be reflecting the price of the basket of basic assets. Another important factor for the market makers, they should be enabled to run transactions with the shares of ETFs with a minimum pre-deponing. So thus, market makers will not be restricted to the liquidity they have for this specific position in order to close the volumes where there is a demand. This is one of the key factors. That's what can be implemented with ETFs, because there is always a warranty from the managing company that it will be paid on the day. This is the secondary story. If the maximum level of technology and integration can be ensured, then I believe from the participants part, from the stock exchange part, such stories will be stimulated, such cases will be stimulated, and it will be serving as a basis for the development of a good high liquidity ETFs at the local market. Thank you very much. Summarizing today's panel session, I would like to mention that the stock exchange funds are becoming important element of the financial landscape of Kazakhstan. They are opening access to the local investor, to global markets, and to the global investors access to the unique national assets. We see interest towards the thematic ETFs, especially in digital assets and Islamic finance. We see diversification via international markets, especially at the volatile tenge exchange rate. This is a chance to have investment model via the stock exchange funds and with the investors' interest in mind. Now we will have the listing ceremony and launch of the trading of a new ETF. It's a Fonda Solana ETF. Today, this year, within AFD, we had several such ceremonies. One of the ceremonies is Fonda Solana. Colleagues will elaborate more about that. Colleagues from AIX. I would like to thank all our speakers. Let's give them a round of applause. And I would like to ask you to proceed to your seats in the audience. And now I'm passing the floor to the stock exchange. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Fonda Solana ETF, the first fund completely oriented towards the digital asset Solana. And another specificity is that it is open to a wider range of investors, including retail investors. We would like to invite the Minister of Digital Development, Aerospace Industry, Jaslan Madiv.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. I think English is fine, right? So, or Russian, which one? Okay. So, because given the fact that we have a lot of guests coming from all over the world, I would like to welcome everyone for this event. Solana ETF event is one of the important milestones for the overall development of the crypto industry of Kazakhstan, because the government, the Central Bank of Kazakhstan are eager to develop very crypto-friendly and tech-savvy legislation and environment to promote the companies in the sector, to invite the companies to Kazakhstan to register, to open their regional offices. And we see that this momentum is ongoing right now. So the Solana ETF, we believe that will help to increase and speed up the adoption of the crypto use, the blockchain tech use in Kazakhstan, given that it makes to a certain group of population make convenient to get exposed to the instrument, to crypto assets, to use it as an asset class in the relevant portfolios. So I believe that's another plug-in to the overall financial industry to have such an instrument for diversification and make it kind of convenient to get into the asset without necessity to open the wallets as an investor, as an individual. And because we see what's going on in the world, the more and more ETFs are coming up into the market. The tens of billions of US dollars are being invested into the ETF, BTC, ETF, Solana, and so on. So I would like to wish the Fonte Capital, who is the initiator of the project, the success, and I hope that the market will pick up the story and continue the adoption and development of this DeFi industry. So thank you very much for coming. I would like to wish success to everyone.
Thank you very much. Дамы и господа, я хочу...
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite CEO of AIX, Asel Mukazhanova. Good afternoon, dear guests. We're happy to welcome you at the trading hall of AIX. 2 weeks ago, at this room exactly, we started ETF for Bitcoin for the first time, and Yerzhan, jointly with colleagues, asked us, why shouldn't we try another launch 2 weeks later? And we did it. So it was a test for AIX. I think we did well at this test, and most importantly, Yerzhan with the team receive a status of frequent issuer. This is a new title, and it is yours truly. We're not going to give it to anybody else. We will be happy if you come back to us again and again with new instruments, with some crazy, wild ideas. And just yesterday, we had a panel discussion at which I said that our principle, our AIX principle, is never to say no to our clients. And I think we confirmed that, and we did well at the test. Thank you for that. Thank you. Now we would like to invite Director General of Capital Limited, Yerzhan Musin. Dear participants, it is true that just 2 weeks ago we launched the first ETF for Bitcoin in Central Asia, and today we're launching first Solana ETF in the world. For us, it's not just a new product, It is a part of our strategy implementation where traditional finances meet innovations. We give opportunity and we launch new investment products for our investors. And as I see it, we strengthen the position of AFC at the international arena. I would like to thank the Ministry of Digitalization for the attention. I would like to thank AIX, AFSA for this great work that we did together. And of course, we thank our partner, Solana Foundation. We thank all the participants of this infrastructure, of our local world of crypto assets. This is our custody and market makers. We thank you all for the work without which this project, this launch would not have happened. And special thanks goes to our investors. You are the ones driving the growth, driving everything that we are aiming for, and without your support, we would not be able to launch the products that yesterday were considered too complicated, too unrealistic, but today they are being launched on our stock exchange. I do believe that today is a historic day not only for our company, but for the whole Astana International Financial Center, for Astana, and for the country as a whole. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the representatives of Solana Foundation were not able to come to Astana, but they sent their video greeting. Marketing Director of Solana on the video.
In order to join you this morning to mark this important milestone for Astana, Solana, and the global crypto community. What Fonte Capital has done today is more than just launch a fund. It is a signal of how far blockchain and digital assets have come in earning institutional recognition globally. And Kazakhstan, through the Astana International Financial Center, has shown real leadership in creating a regulatory environment for both innovation and investor protection to thrive and advance together. And very few jurisdictions are able to make that careful balance, which is why Astana is emerging as a global hub for the future of finance. For those of us working at the intersection of technology and markets, it's inspiring to see Kazakhstan take the leadership in making available these products to investors globally. And I'm incredibly grateful for the leadership and the tireless work of Minister Zasla and Governor Renat, who have embraced this technology, embraced the founders and investors in the ecosystem. And we hope to see Kazakhstan take the leadership not just in Central Asia, but around the world. And so congratulations to Fonte Capital and to Kazakhstan for helping shape this new chapter. And I will end with my favorite Kazakh quote, Ba Tyul Bolmai Bakkaida. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Дамы и господа, по традиции.
Ladies and gentlemen, and stock exchange gives tombstone to the company that is listed in ETF. Please come to the stage for this ceremony. Thank you. And finally, we are ready to press the button that will symbolize the launch of Solana ETF. Yerzhan Musin and Fonte Capital team is invited to the stage to press the button. Congratulations. And now a group photo. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with that, listing ceremony comes to an end. Thank you so much for your attention.
сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізден бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
Уважаемые участники, наша сессия скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, біздің сессиямыз жақын арада басталады. Өз орындарыңызды алуларыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, the session will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
Above all, he's a futurist. Please give a big round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. Brett King.
Just AI alone is completely going to transform what we think of banking. And it's going to happen probably much quicker than we expect it will.
8 million people died last year as a result of poor air quality. 99% of the human species is subject to this. This is something we can't ignore.
What is a real bank today? A real bank isn't a bank. It's a technology company. How do you make Uber the most profitable autonomous taxi company in the world? Eliminate human drivers, have autonomous taxis. So you have to have policymakers who are very aware of what the future is going to become, and we're going to have to get over ourselves in respect to our relationship with China. The way we behave and the way businesses are designed. And it's all based on your experience in the moment, surrounded by technology. That's the future.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome. So we are going to be discussing the future, but we're also going to be discussing the present today. Some of you will know that I've been working in the banking sector and in the market on writing about the future of banking for 15 years now. In 2010, I published the book Bank 2.0. And I'm now working on Bank 5.0, so you're going to get a glimpse of the future under artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence and quantum and fintech are already going to reshape the future of banking. So what is Bank 5.0? Well, to start that, let me give you a brief lesson. So Bank 1.0 is obviously traditional banking, which evolved from the 14th century with the Medici Bank, back with Cosimo Medici, and this style of banking that still exists today. This is branch-based banking with the traditional products that we've seen before. Bank 2.0 was the era of self-service banking, ATMs, telephone banking, and then internet banking in the 90s. In 2007, Steve Jobs gave us the iPhone, and emerging on top of this platform was new banking models focused on digital banks such as Nubank, WeBank, Kaspi, and others, Freedom here. Then we are now entering the era of Bank 4.0 with embedded banking. And soon we go to the era of Bank 5.0 with artificial intelligence ingrained in our financial services. This is the timeline that has sort of come from the 14th century to today, focused on technology disruption. And this is what it looks like in terms of the emerging financial services ecosystem today. Banking is no longer the sole domain of banks. We have Apple Pay with their wallet ecosystem. We have major technology players, fintechs and wallets, Alipay in 150 countries around the world. The largest financial institution in the world, by number of customers, is Ant Group, the parent company of Alipay, Lufax, Sesame Credit, and others. And now increasingly we have AI players and other technology giants coming in to financial services with the objective of providing technology-led digital experiences for banking. And this is a big shift because in the past, banks provided financial products, but you had to go to the bank. Technology is enabling us to deliver this utility in real time to customers through the technology layer. This is, of course, Eric Schmidt, and I wanted to play this brief clip because what he says about the future of commerce and industry under artificial intelligence is really a foundational element of where we go from here with banking and financial services. But listen to how he describes the emergence of artificial general intelligence and how that's likely to impact us over the next few years.
How do you see all of this?
Well, first, I hate to tell you, but I think this stuff is underhyped.
Underhyped?
Not overhyped. Because the arrival of intelligence of a non-human form is really a big deal for the world.
And you think it's here?
It's coming, it's here, it's about to happen. It happens in stages. If you look
how quickly, though? I mean,
well, we used to say 20 years, now within 5.
Within 5.
And the reason is the scaling laws for these systems are continuing to go up without any loss or degradation of power.
So these scaling laws that Schmidt talks about means that this is an interview he did 1 year ago. Today he is saying within 6 to 12 months, not 5 years. This is going to happen very, very quickly, where we're going to see the emergence of non-human intelligence, which is a really big deal, as Schmidt describes it. Now, it's not just AI, but quantum that's going to be reshaping the sector as well. This is the end of classical computing problems and the emergence of new understanding scientifically from a research perspective. And we talk about this era of quantum computing bringing about Q-Day. And you may have heard me talk about this briefly yesterday in the Q&A session. But Quantum Day is a day when quantum computers will be able to break all of our existing RSA encryption technologies. This is what secures our banking industry, our telecommunications sector, military and government secured communications. This is a very major change, and this also is going to happen within the next 5 years or so, a major shift. Now, we put all of this together, and what that means is the world that emerges over the next 10 or 15 years is going to be focused on autonomy, application of artificial intelligence in industry and in banking and finance. Autonomous ships driving on the oceans, delivering packages, maybe a drone that will deliver your pizza or your fast food to your home or your Amazon package, factories that operate without humans inside those factories. This autonomous infrastructure is what's going to separate industrial economies from what we call smart economies. in the future. And the biggest and most powerful economies will be those that apply this artificial intelligence or collaborative intelligence at an industrial level. Underpinning that is this concept of smart contracts or digital contracts. And these are essentially the building blocks of how we integrate the financial services system into this robotic or autonomous infrastructure. We already see with smart contracts many of these areas where we're already deploying artificial intelligence-based decentralized autonomous capabilities. You may have heard of the term DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization. But just to underpin this, these technologies don't work using traditional core banking systems, nor do they work using fiat currency. We have to use next generation technology architecture, and we have to use digital currencies. And this is why today stablecoin operations globally are larger than the combined businesses of MasterCard and Visa. And this is going to be a major part of our economy moving forward. China is the most advanced economy in the world when it comes to this level of autonomous application of technology, not the United States. We expect that China will surpass the United States in the late 2030s because of this application of artificial intelligence at industrial scale. I'm not talking about ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or these types of LLM models. They're important from a conversational and personal AI platform perspective, but the far greater application of artificial intelligence is in automation of our economy. And in this, China is already probably about 10 years ahead of the United States. This is why when we see the alignment of Astana's financial markets with Chinese operators like we saw earlier today, this is a very critical strategic piece. China deployed 227 gigawatts of solar energy last year. That's almost the same amount as the United States has deployed in their 70-year history of the use of renewable technologies. Right now, the US administration is restricting the investment in next-generation renewables technology like wind and solar. And this year, we expect China will deploy 300 gigawatts of solar energy. This puts them well ahead of the United States in energy transformation required to support data centers focused on AI infrastructure. China has 70 dark factories. These are autonomous factories. The reason we call them dark factories is because the lights are off inside the factories because there's no humans working on the factory floor. The only time humans go into these factories is to clean them or to repair the robots that are working. Today, a company like Xiaomi can produce a smartphone every second of the day without a single human on the production line, or an electric vehicle every minute of every day without a single human inside the factory. The US and Europe doesn't have a single autonomous factory of this scale today. This is why China is going to be the world's leading economy moving forward. To power this economy, we need different thinking in terms of the economic systems and the underlying currencies that support this. Smart money. Today, we're looking at tokenization to look at resources and products that we can tokenize so they're machine readable for smart contracts. In-market smart contracts are likely going to be deployed with stable coins like USDT, USDC, the AIX coin out of United Arab Emirates, and similar. Then, for major trading alliances like the BRICS, we see China with their CBDC yuan. And in the future, we would expect that these autonomous marketplaces we build based on AI will come up with entirely new methods of value exchange and entirely new types of digital currency. The reality is the more AI we put into our systems, the less useful fiat currency becomes. And this is why we need digital money to make this autonomy work. Stripe is a major player in the platform economy for stablecoins. They're the first major technology player to announce a stablecoin account. And JP Morgan Chase and other major banks are obviously deploying similar initiatives right now. But it is clear that the technology infrastructure required to run this next generation AI-based trading systems and AI-based banking systems is not based on traditional financial services infrastructure, but is net new technology layer. And this is why what we used to call decentralized finance, or DeFi, is today becoming traditional finance as we import those technologies into the banking system. And the big banks who realize this are adapting. JP Morgan Chase has acquired 40 fintechs since 2021 alone and invested in a further 80 fintechs. Understanding they're spending $18 billion a year in digital transformation today. JP Morgan's CEO, Jamie Dimon, has been clear about his fear about fintechs impinging on Chase's business globally. The largest financial institution in the world today is a technology company. 1.6 billion customers around the world. No traditional bank could grow to this scale in just the space of 11 years, which is how old Ant Group is. This is the parent company of Alipay, Lufax, and other players in the market. WeBank is the largest digital bank in the world, now approaching 450 million customers. And again, this is just in the last 10 years. Their first bank account was opened in April of 2015. How does that compare with other banks in China? Well, Communications Bank of China is the 5th largest bank in China today, and they have just 190 million customers. The largest bank outside of Asia now is a digital pure play bank. Nubank, incorporated or listed in December 2021 with their IPO, founded in 2015. Today, they have 57% of the Brazilian population as customers. They are the largest bank across Latin America. In fact, if you take the next 3 banks combined, Itaú, Bradesco, and Santander, they still don't make up the same size of customers that Nubank has. And this is because of the scaling laws that Schmidt talked about. WeBank is able to acquire a customer for $1 US for a new customer. Nubank able to acquire in the range of $5 to $7 per customer. JP Morgan Chase, $450 per customer. So this is where traditional banks cannot compete. If you need a signature on a piece of paper, you are already losing market share to these fintech competitors. Nubank also acquired Hyperplane in 2023, late 2023, as an AI investment. This is an AI platform that they'll use to do generative finance or AI-based financial services. Again, you need this type of scale, 100 million customers plus, in order to be able to do this. This limits the number of banks globally that can even deploy AI in this manner significantly. And they're not the only ones. Revolut is going to be the largest bank in Europe this decade. Today they have 50 million customers. How does that compare with other banks in the region? Well, HSBC, a 160-year-old bank, only has 39 million customers. So who's going to be the largest bank in China in 10 years? WeBank. Who's going to be the largest bank in Latin America in 10 years? Well, it's already Nubank, so it's not going to be Itaú or one of those traditional players. Who's going to be the largest bank in Europe in 10 years' time? Clearly, it's going to be Revolut. This means that globally, we're already seeing a restructuring of financial services around technology competency being the primary element of success. Not how much capital adequacy you have, not your assets under management. None of these things are important for this type of scaling growth moving forward, especially with AI. And this is reshaping bank distribution. So since 2015, we've seen a decline in the number of branches globally. We hit peak branch in 2015. Now, you won't hear many central banks talking about this because they're worried that a decline in branches will be politically sensitive. Certainly in markets like the UK, this has been an ongoing debate. But this is because the scaling laws of digital banks are reshaping the economics of banking. The most operationally cash-efficient banks in the world today are technology companies, not traditional chartered or licensed banks. So this is the picture today. If you take the top 20 fintechs in the world versus the top 20 retail banks, it's not even close. The top 20 fintechs in the world command 4.1 billion customers today versus just 2.7 billion customers for traditional incumbent banks. That means fintechs at this level have 50% more customers than the traditional banks who we considered the most stable elements of our economy. And look at their growth over the last 5 years. 200% growth for the fintechs and just 3% customer growth for traditional entrants. What does this mean? Means that banking is now about technology. It's not about your skills as a bank, your history as a bank. Even when it comes to profitability, managing risk, these digital players have significant advantages over incumbents. And when we talk about AI being injected into this, we also understand now that the next generation of infrastructure required to support these types of banks is very different. UPI, the payments layer in India, PIX in Brazil, with 97% of the adult population who've used this over the last couple of years. China's mobile payments networks, Alipay, WeChat Pay, 95% of all retail transactions in China go over these mobile networks. This is the type of real-time technology payments infrastructure required to support artificial intelligence and smart contracts in the future. You can't run smart contracts on the SWIFT interbank network. You can't run smart contracts on the ACH system in the United States or batch-based payment systems. It must be real-time to support AI. And this is what we're seeing develop as the fastest types of payments networks globally. And this is changing behavior as well. 80% of Gen Zs use a wallet as their primary bank account, not a physical debit card. And this is going to mean, if you're in a bank today and you're attending this session and your bank is still issuing plastic cards to your customers, you're using 1960s technology in a 21st century world. That's not the way it works anymore. So this is changing the way we use cash as well. Cash is only going to represent about 10% of our transactions globally today. 60% will be via wallets, and 30% via plastic cards and tokenized plastic cards like Apple Pay and Google Pay. And China will probably be the world's first truly cashless economy. All of these other economies shown here are what we call functionally cashless. That is, you can go your entire life in these economies without ever having to use cash or a plastic card. And this is already happening around the world. But the next piece we're going to see over the next 2 years is the use of agentic AI. You'll hear this term a lot more over the next few months and years. Agentic AI is the use of agents, AI agents, that can go out and do work on your behalf. So for example, you might say to your personal AI, I call my personal AI Alfred, hey Alfred, can you book me a flight to Dubai on Saturday? Put me in premium economy, make sure you don't spend more than $1,000. And my AI will go and do that, right? Now here's a question for banks and other operators in this scenario. How have we attracted customers to the banks in the past? Well, we use things like a black credit card, or we use airline miles, or reward points, or cashback to attract customers to our bank products and services. That won't work to market to agentic AI. None of that will be very useful because agentic AI will be looking at solving your specific financial problem as efficiently and cost effectively as possible. How many banks are even thinking about marketing to AI on behalf of consumers and businesses in the future? Very few. You probably know this guy, Mark Zuckerberg. And he's wearing some pretty funky glasses. They're called smart glasses, Project Orion or Meta. Some of you may have seen the Meta smart glasses with Ray-Ban and Oakley. But just imagine what a world of AI and smart glasses might look like in just a few years' time, certainly by the end of this decade. Imagine walking into a grocery store and getting a message on your smart glasses saying, hey, it doesn't look like you have enough money for your groceries today. Do you need some credit? Or can I transfer some money from your savings account to pay for your groceries? Because your AI knows how much money you have in your wallet, it knows how much you spend on groceries when you go to the grocery store, and it knows you've just walked into a grocery store or supermarket today. If you're in the credit card business, you just got destroyed. Because you're not going to apply for a new credit card while you're sitting inside the supermarket, but your AI can solve that access to credit in real time. Or you walk into a car dealership and you have an offer for financing of your car pop up on your head-up display. Or you walk into a listed real estate property and you get home financing offer in real time. If you're a bank that requires your customers to come and ask for a mortgage or sign a piece of paper to get a mortgage application, you're no longer in the home financing business in this world of AI. You've been completely circumvented by these technologies. So this is the future that is just a couple of years away with AI-based technology, smart glasses, and the application of smart contracts and these technologies. I'll give you one final illustration. This is a clip from a movie, Ready Player One, by Steven Spielberg. You may have seen this movie. It's a science fiction depiction of a virtual reality world. And in this example, the protagonist, Parzival, conducts a transaction, and watch how that might occur in this future AI world. So he walks into the store, he sees the cube, he buys that. Now watch his interaction here. He wants this boot suit. How much is this? And that's the transaction. He just selects it, and then a robot drone delivers the package to his accommodation later, and that's the transaction.
Oh, yeah.
So this is how we're going to conduct autonomous payments and banking in this world of the future, driven by AI and driven by technology. And in this future, as a bank, you're either a technology company or you've given up your market share to another technology player. This is clearly the trend we're on. And over time, over the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, this agentic AI, stable coins, these smart contracts, these autonomous marketplaces are going to create this large-scale machine-to-machine economy. We can expect by the mid-2050s or 2060s that half of the world's largest economies will be run by artificial intelligence without human involvement, because this is going to be the most efficient form of production and commerce that we can expect. But you don't get to play in this world unless you're part of that technology infrastructure. So this is really Bank 5.0. Algorithmic banking, autonomous banking, this is clearly what is coming today. But it requires a very different skill set from what we have traditionally thought of as banking. And as I mentioned yesterday, the two core elements that measure your success in this future is going to be your technology agility and your cultural agility to adapt. Bank 5.0 is coming, AI-based banking, and as I said before, if you want to be part of this, you have to be focused on integrating AI into your own career and into your organizations, because the other option is that you're just going to be displaced by competitors who will do that. Thank you very much for your time today. And please join me at the Futurist Summit in Dubai.